the banquet yesterday, and you might have seen the Chennai science posters which have been put up inside the Shamiana there in the tennis court. So, and regarding that, I wanted to mention that during lunches, the lunch is actually open to all institute members for the days of the celebration. So there are 2 places to eat, especially for the invited speakers actually I'm mentioning. So you are welcome to go to the Shamiana and have it with others. But if you want to break the queue, we have not had that situation arose. Some of the invited speakers are welcome to also go to the first floor of guest house and have it. That's only open to the invited speakers. Number 3, I wanted to mention that there has been thanks to my colleague Rahul Siddharthan there, he's actually actively tweeting. All of you who are actually on Twitter and social media, there is live tweeting going on and there is immense response there. You can follow IMSc Chennai and all the talks are actually being covered by Rahul enthusiastically there. And lastly, I just have a request before I hand over to the chair of the session. I think today is the day with the maximum number of talks. We have 17. So if we could make a request to every speaker to stay on time so that we can go on not beyond dinner. That's the humble request from the organizers. So thank you very much, and I invite my colleague Chandrasekhar to chair this session.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to have some of the dignitaries here to speak for the morning session. The first speaker is Professor Srinivas. So he's a mathematician working for decades with distinguished works. He's also fellow of various academies, recipient of Bhatnagar Award. So it goes on, but I will hand over to him to start. Yeah, thank you so much.
We're told to be brisk, so let's try. My topic is on something which is sort of very forward-looking. What are the Bloch-Beilinson conjectures? If you came to Kapil's talk yesterday, both those names were mentioned, so I'm going to elaborate on that. Kapil said, I'll do various things in my talk today. I'm not going to do those things, but I'll do related things. So let's start with these 2 formulae. They look kind of strange if you've never seen such things before. The sum of all the positive integers is minus 1 over 12. And the second formula says the sum of the squares of the positive integers is 0. This is stuff which appeared, for example, in the writings of Ramanujan. And various people didn't understand how to interpret it, but of course, the right people knew, and this is the explanation in mathematics. You have something called the Riemann zeta function, which is this series, sum of the powers, sum of the reciprocals of powers of n. Okay? If you took a calculus course, you would have taken S equal to P in India, at least. At my time, summation 1 over n to the P, you would study convergence and divergence. That's the first series you would study in a math class. Now, S is a complex variable. For S large enough, this is convergent and it defines a function. But if you put S equals minus 1, it doesn't make sense, the series, but you'd get that series 1 plus 2 plus 3 formally. And if you put S equal to minus 2, you'd get the sum of the squares, and so on. So what Ramanujan is really saying, or others along with him, is that they're telling you something about the values of this zeta at negative numbers. So the way that works, Riemann is the person who understood this well, and Ramanujan rediscovered this. If you take this zeta and multiply it by S minus 1, this new function extends to a function across the entire complex plane with no singularities, what's called an analytic function, and it satisfies this symmetry. So if you give S a negative value here, I can compute 1 minus S, there is a positive value, and therefore I can compute this value in terms of that value. That's basically what Ramanujan is doing. He knows the answers on the positive side, and he's figuring out what happens on the negative side. There were those extra factors. They involved this thing called gamma, the so-called Euler gamma function. It's given by this integral, but it satisfies this recurrence relation. So from the recurrence relation is just integration by parts from that formula. That's easy enough from calculus. I compute that gamma at integers, positive integers, satisfies gamma of n plus 1 is n factorial. So in fact, gamma is some kind of generalization of the factorial continuous generalization. That's what Euler used it for, sort of, you can say. That leads to those formulas. Zeta minus 1 is minus 1/12, zeta minus 2 is 0. And in fact, similarly, you are able to use the same thing to show zeta of minus 2m is 0. Zeta of negative even integers is 0. and zeta of negative odd integers is a rational number given as coefficients in some expansion, series expansion. These are results of Euler, basically. So, by the way, some of you might have heard of something called Riemann hypothesis, and you might vaguely know it talks about the zeros of the zeta function. Well, here are some zeros, but these are what are called the trivial zeros. The Riemann hypothesis is about the other non-trivial zeros. These zeros everyone understands very well. So they're sort of not a difficult thing. Okay. Now these Bloch-Beilinson conjectures, whatever they are, and certain refinements due to Bloch, Otto, and so on, attempt to relate two kinds of data associated to what are called algebraic varieties, which is one term I have to explain more, and which are defined over algebraic number fields. I was a bit amazed that Kapil expects his audience to be very educated. He just wrote the terms down and expected everyone to know. I'm going to try and explain a little bit what they are. Let's see. Associate those things, whatever they are, there are two kinds of data, and the conjectures relate the two data. And it's not obvious to start with there should be any relation, but that's what the conjectures are about. One are the so-called orders of vanishing and special values of zeta functions and generalizations called L functions, like the Riemann zeta function. And the other things coming from geometry, what appeared in Kapil's talk, the so-called cycles in Chennai, those cycles, higher Chow groups, etc., which are defined using algebraic geometry and algebraic K-theory. And the conjectures are supposed to explain why such formulas are correct. By in general saying there's a pattern, there are these two types of data, and they're equivalent in some fashion, or they're comparable in some way. And one reason for my own interest in these things, this is really number theory, I'm more of a geometer, but or algebraist. It turns out this has impact all over the place if it's correct. I want to state an elementary problem, well, at least at the graduate level in algebra. Let ABC be three complex numbers. If you take a polynomial vanishing at the point ABC, thinking about a point in 3 space, it's always possible to write the polynomial as a polynomial combination of the three linear polynomials, x minus a, y minus b, and z minus c, given by the coordinates. This, for example, you can expand f in a Taylor series around the point ABC. There are only finitely many Taylor terms because it's a polynomial, and then you gather the terms suitably. There's no constant term. Every other term is divisible one of the way things. So this is obvious. I want to do something a little different. I want to assume my point ABC already satisfies some other polynomial. So this one, for example, x to the 37 plus y to the 37 minus z to the 37 equals 0. That's a specific polynomial of high degree. And assume ABC satisfies that. Can I do the same thing then? For which ABC can we find two other polynomials? So this is given to me, x to the 37 plus y to the, I'm given this equation. And then I want to find two other things, g and h, so that any f vanishing at ABC is now a combination where one of the polynomials used is this complicated one, rather than those three linear things. The linear things, I did Taylor's theorem. Here, who knows, right? So this is the question. Basically, if you ask to guess, you say it's impossible. It will never happen. There's no way I can cancel off those high degree terms. Geometrically, the condition means that if you took the second two polynomials, which you started with ABC, then you asked to find two polynomials g and h, right? That was the problem. Sorry, let me go back a bit. My problem was to find these two things, g and h. So g and h are each define a surface in 3 space. Together they define a curve. That curve intersects the original complicated surface exactly at ABC, and the intersection is transverse. This is what it's saying geometrically. It's virtually impossible, you'd think. You have a high degree polynomial, you're going to get many, many intersections. Usually you'd expect the number of intersections to be divisible by 37. If you give values of y and z, there'll be 37 x's satisfying it, right? Usually, and others more complicated ones. Affine varieties and projective varieties, we have two types of these things. They are defined as solution sets of finite systems of polynomial equations. So the question is, where do you take the solutions? Depending on that, you get affine or projective. And for the projective varieties to make sense, you have to have special kinds of polynomials, so-called homogeneous polynomials. So I'll elaborate a bit on that. Let's take the example which I took earlier in my algebra problem, x to the 37 plus y to the 37 minus z to the 37 equals 0. That's a polynomial equation. It defines some set. It defines a set in 3 space, it's a surface. But at the same time, it's a homogeneous polynomial. All the terms occurring have the same degree 37. So if you have a solution, I think of it as a vector in 3 space solving the equation, any proportional vector solves the same equation. Because all the terms have the same degree, that constant of proportionality will pull out, right? So the solutions are a union of lines, multiples of vectors. So the real information is not the actual solutions there for things like this, but sort of the parameter space of lines which arise in the process. So that's what projective geometry is about, and I just elaborated that. So there's a nice picture in a standard textbook in algebraic geometry which appears on page 12 of the book, so it's pretty basic. You could take an equation in 3 space, but it's homogeneous, so it will define on the one hand a surface, but which is a cone of lines, and on the other hand, it defines another thing which is a kind of curve, if you like, a kind of base of the cone in the projective plane, which is somehow at infinity. So you think of a light source at this point O, think of some body sitting in space, it will throw a shadow at infinity, right? The space in which those shadows live is the projective space. And for various reasons, algebraic geometers have realized that projective space is better than affine space for various reasons. The geometry is better, it's better to understand the geometry. Just to give you an example, you might have heard in the projective plane, there are no parallel lines. Let me explain why that works. If you have a line in the projective plane, that's a line in this space, it corresponds to something which is a plane in 3 space through the point O. So if you have 2 lines in the projective plane, you have 2 planes in 3 space. But both of them contain the point O. So there's no chance those planes are parallel. I've started with a point common. Once 2 planes have a point in common, they're not parallel. There's in fact a line which is parallel, which is common, just from linear algebra. That line would be a line through O. And so that's a point in projective space. So any 2 lines intersect. Things like this. Projective geometry is better for various reasons. And for those who don't want to get much else from the talk, this is something you can look at. It's a website, imaginary.org. It has a gallery of pictures. There are 2 of them. There are huge numbers of these things. They've plotted all sorts of nice artistic shapes which you can use for various purposes, which come from algebraic geometry. This is a polynomial equation in 3 variables. This is another one. So each of them defines a surface in 3 space. They've plotted the real solutions. Of course, for algebraic geometry, you should really work with the complex solutions. Okay. Now, let me stress again, I'm dealing with algebraic varieties over C, but at the same time defined over an algebraic number field is what I put in quotes. I'll take that to be the rational numbers for most of my talk. What that just means is that the defining polynomials, after all, an algebraic variety was the solution set of a system of polynomial equations. Those equations have coefficients. To start with, those coefficients might be complex numbers, but I can take the special case where those coefficients are integers, like x to the 37 plus y to the 37 minus z to the 37. That has integer, all coefficients are 1 or 0. For example, that Fermat conical surface is such. So then I can look at points with rational coordinates, point with integer coordinates. I can look at solutions of divisibility of values by prime numbers. I can do other arithmetic kinds of things once it's defined over the rationals. So in algebraic variety X, in the affine n space, we just use this term affine n space for the complex n space Cn to emphasize its algebraic properties, or in the projective space is called called a non-singular variety if it's a differentiable manifold in the sense of calculus and differential geometry. This I can't really explain in a half-hour talk. In an hour talk, I might have made an attempt, but not here. But basically, it just says near each point there's a good system of local coordinates. But those coordinate functions might be analytic functions and not algebraic. Algebraically, you can't find local coordinates. And in the projective case, that has some implications for the topology. People who've been exposed a little to topology, for example, people like string theorists and so on who've seen some of these things, you know that the cohomology of a compact manifold, a compact-oriented manifold, has special properties. You have Poincare duality and you have things like that. So algebraic varieties would be examples of such things. Now, let X be one of these non-singular complex algebraic varieties. Associated, I can find certain groups which reflect properties of the geometry, and the groups depend on 2 integer parameters, p and n. Both are non-negative integers. So it's a bi-indexed family of groups. And these Bloch-Beilinson conjectures will use these groups to formulate. I won't give the precise definitions. Kapil made some attempt at that. I'm not going to seriously try. But a generator is some kind of formal sum of parameterized families of subvarieties Z, T, and X, where the parameter space, the T, runs over an n-dimensional space. And the dimension of the total family is the dimension of X cross Cn, I have X, the original space, N, the extra parameters. Take this space, and then it should have dimension P less. So it's sort of cut out by P equation, you can say. So that's the way the two parameters appear. I can keep increasing the number of parameters. I can keep changing the number of equations. Right? I can do two things. So that leads to two types of sort of cycles, as they're called. And then they have some relations imposed from the next higher dimensional things, families. And if n is 0, we're just considering there are no parameters. I'm just considering the original space. This is what actually appeared in Kapil-Star, cycles in the space X itself. And then the relations come from one parameter families. So that's, if you've seen any topology, there's a notion of homotopy, or there's another notion of cobordism, as they call it. You have, if you have a cycle inside X cross a one parameter space, then for each value of the parameter, I have a cycle, so I have a family of cycles varying in some fashion, and I can take two particular members and say this is equivalent to this in some sense. I can impose such relations. That's what you get for n equals 0. And those groups were studied earlier by Chow, was one of the people who studied them first, so they're called Chow groups in the literature. But these new ones with extra parameters, they also have some importance, and Bloch was the person who realized that. He called them higher Chow groups. And in IMSc, you do have an expert on higher Chow groups. Jaya Iyer has done work on that, so if you want to find out more, she can tell you at length. So if the variety X happens to be defined over Q, Beilinson showed how to define a subgroup of what you can call elements with integral coefficients somehow. I don't want to, again, elaborate, but there's a good way of defining these, which extends an earlier definition for n equal to 0 where there was no problem. Beilinson had to be quickly imaginative to figure out what the right definition is here for this group in the higher case. And the group depends already on conjectural statements. There's some famous problem in algebraic geometry called resolution of singularities. And then there's the more nasty version of it, resolution of singularities in arithmetic context, where sort of the prime numbers also enter into it. Arithmetic resolution of singularities, if it's true, is one of the things Beilinson needs to use to define his things. He also needs to use the machinery of algebraic K-theory, which is a kind of complicated business. I've written a book on it. It's 200 pages long. It's not so simple. Anyway. But the first non-trivial case, by the way, of this arithmetic resolution was actually proved by Abhyankar. That's one of his famous theorems. So there is an Indian contribution. The next case has also been done a few years ago. Abhyankar did the thing long, long ago. The next progress was only about 4 or 5 years back. And beyond that, we haven't gone. Okay, the first conjecture, this is not yet Bloch-Beilinson, just says all these groups which were defined by these various people are in fact finitely generated. Okay, it's a natural conjecture. Things coming from number theory have some sort of finiteness properties. But what do we know about it? Case p equal to 1 for the classical Chow groups is correct. This is something called the Mordell-Weil theorem for abelian varieties. It's a standard theorem in a graduate course in number theory, in arithmetic geometry, I would say. It's not an easy theorem, but it's understandable by a graduate student with some effort. Finite generation is essentially not known in any other non-trivial case. And particularly where n is positive, if x has positive dimension, unless you have some reductions which reduce to earlier cases, there's no non-trivial evidence at all. Even the case of dimension 0 is correct, but the proof of finite generation due to Quillen, essentially part of his Fields mental citation, uses Raghunathan's theorem on finite generation of cohomology of arithmetic groups, one of the difficult theorems. So that's the case where the space X is a point. X of higher dimension we're far from touching right now. Okay, the Bloch-Beilinson conjectures in addition will tell you not only it's finite general, it'll tell you what the rank is, what is the essential number of generators. And it will tell you I can predict that essential number using number theory, using L functions, whatever they are, which I'm going to explain further. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what they are. And in the very special case where X is an elliptic curve, the P there is 1, N is 0, so it's a classical Chow group. This is the conjecture of Birch-Swinnerton and Dyer. So this is really, really much, much more general than Birch-Swinnerton. We have, somebody's offered $1 million for that very, very, very special case, and the conjecture is taken all spaces, all dimensions, all N, right? So somehow the way I like to see it, the conjectures are very forward-looking in this spirit, with apologies to Captain James Kirk. I don't know how many people in the audience have encountered Captain Kirk, but anyway. Well, The basic example of an L function is the Riemann zeta function, which I told you was summation 1 over n to the s. But it's also the product over prime numbers of 1 over 1 minus 1 over p to the s. This is basically saying that every number n can be factorized into a product of powers of primes. Now, if I write an infinite series, and I tell you each term can be factorized, I have the possibility of factoring the entire infinite series. Maybe. It depends on how the factorizations of the respective terms match up. So in this case, I claim they'll match up in such a way that the series will be a product of series 1 for each prime. And then each prime series will be just a geometric series, so I'll be able to sum it up and get Euler's formula. And in general, the L functions which I want to consider will have a similar product expansion, so-called Euler product expansion. By the way, very quickly, let me just say, because of this product expansion, you can see that there are infinitely many prime numbers. If there are only finitely many prime numbers, this is a finite product, so I'd be able to put s equal to 1 here. Then I'd get that the series summation 1 upon n is convergent, but we know it's divergent, so this is a contradiction. So this is a proof that there are infinitely many primes. You may say, I can find much simpler proofs. But the point is, this proof generalizes in various contexts. Dirichlet proved infinitely many primes in arithmetic progressions by generalizing this argument. The classical argument due to Euclid or whoever doesn't work, as far as we know. Anyway, so what are these L functions? What are these LPs? I'll first give an example. There's a kind of concrete way of writing down, but there's no motivation whatsoever. I pulled it out of the blue completely. Start with what's called an elliptic curve, which is y squared equal to a cubic polynomial in x. This is a curve in the plane with two integer parameter coefficients a, b. So this is one of these defined over q. And I'll take advantage of the fact that I can talk about divisibility. I'll let x and y range over the numbers from 0 to p minus 1, so the p squared choices of the pair x, y, and ask how many times is the value of the polynomial divisible by p. I can get different remainders. 0 is one of the possibilities. There are p of them. If they're randomly distributed and they're p squared choices, there should be p times it should happen. So let's look at the deviation, ap, which is p minus np. And use these aps to build an L function. Lxs is product over p of so-called good primes, 1 over 1 minus this ap over p to the s plus p over p to the s squared times product over p bad prime, something I don't tell you what it is, but whatever bad is, it divides this number. So there are only finitely many bad. And I've written an explicit formula for which are the bad ones. And there's also a formula, but I won't tell you what it is. Well, the general L is, okay, this is L. Fine, I wrote something down. Why should, it's not obvious this is interesting. It's clearly doing something, but anyway. But the general definition brings in things with topology and so on. So you can associate such an L function to each cohomology of the space X. The non-singular projective variety X I started with had these cohomologies because it also had an underlying avatar in algebraic topology. So the L function will have this form, product over P a good prime, LP of the ith cohomology at S times P over bad primes. Bad primes I won't touch, there'll be finitely many. But the good factors, you can say something, they'll have this special shape. LP HI XS is 1 over F sub P, the polynomial depends on P, evaluated at 1 over P raised to S. Let's go back quickly. That's how this formula looks here, right? This is 1 minus something times 1 over P raised to S times plus something times 1 over P raised to S squared. That's the general shape. And the zeta function itself has a similar shape. So for the L function of the elliptic curve, I'd take this polynomial. For the zeta function, I'd take that polynomial. And then I'd get back the formula which I wrote earlier. So what's this polynomial F sub P? It's based on Delisle's proof of the so-called Weil-Riemann hypothesis, which is one of the things for which Delisle won the Fields Medal. And it's also involved in this proof of the famous Ramanujan conjecture. People have heard lots of talks, including in this auditorium, on the Ramanujan conjecture. That proof of that conjecture constructs those polynomials as part of the business. And a conjecture of Serre, then from 1971, predicts that these L functions satisfies properties similar to Riemann. So L HIXS will be a simple function involving gamma and so on, times L of HIX I plus 1 minus S. And Serre gives a recipe for telling you what is a simple function and what are the bad, what to do with bad primes, etc., etc. Again, a longer talk, I might have tried to elaborate a bit, but there's no point. This is enough for this side. And for zeroth cohomology, which is the cohomology of point, I get Riemann zeta back. And for the top cohomology, we know again, reasons of Poincare duality, it's not very different from a point cohomologically, so I just get zeta shifted. So the new things are the other cohomologies. So a curve has only an H1, an additional cohomology. An elliptic curve has H1 with Betti number 2. That's why I got a quadratic polynomial. Right? That was the point. The degree of the polynomial is the Betti number coming from topology. The number theory and the topology are very deeply intertwined. That is somehow the thing coming out of all of this stuff. And I'm saying the algebraic geometry is intertwined as well. That's what Bloch-Beilinson is telling. Okay, Serre's conjecture is known in a few modular situations. For example, Wiles proved it. Basically, proving that implies Fermat's last theorem. This is the main theorem of Wiles, that Serre conjecture is correct for the L function of an elliptic curve with semi-stable reduction. Now, what are the Bloch-Beilinson conjectures themselves? These forward-looking statements I talked about. So, they refer again to a non-singular projective variety defined over Q, and it will describe the behavior of all of these L functions near integer values of S in terms of the Chow groups. That's good. That's the sort of thing I wanted to explain. I had the Riemann zeta function at negative integers, and I said something about it, and I said I want to generalize that. But Riemann I just stuck to negative integers. Here too, the point is, using the Serre conjecture, if we believe the conjecture, only half the integers have to be checked. The other half will follow from the functional equation. So that's what we do. The conjecture is always better formulated on the negative side. So the first conjecture says, suppose m less than or equal to I over 2 is an integer. Remember, bound here is I plus 1, but I'm going further. Then the order of vanishing of the L function at m is the rank of Chow, but at some other index, not m, I plus 1 minus m. And note that this is a positive number. And with a twist here, I plus 1 minus 2m. Note that this is also positive, because m is at most I by 2. Further, if n is this order of vanishing, there's an injective so-called regulator map, whatever that is, I won't again explain. The word regulator, I think, appeared in Kapil's talk, along with Abel Jacobi. Let it be there. Again, if you want more details, Jaya has written papers dealing with the regulator. She can tell you at length. It will take her a week to explain it, but I think it's possible to do. The image is discrete, and the volume of the quotient torus equals the coefficient of s minus m to the n. Remember, we're saying the order of vanishing is exactly n. So the Taylor series starts here. There's a coefficient. It's telling you the coefficient is computed by the volume, co-volume of the regulator. So it's giving you really precise information, super precise information where we actually don't know, we have not proved anything. But anyway, note that m less than or equal to I by 2 means this twist there is strictly positive, which means we have a genuine higher Chow group. And the remaining cases where I is odd and where m equals I plus 1 by 2 is an integer. So I is an odd number, 2m minus 1. This involves the classical Chow groups. So there's a little extra thing. I have this rank, which is supposed to be related to something. I break the rank up into two parts. The rank in topology, which is smaller in general, and then the difference. Let's just think of it like that. This is the topological rank, and this is the discrepancy. The hom there means it's something which is homologous to 0. Bloch-Beilinson conjecture part 2 says, suppose I is 2m minus 1, the order of vanishing of this L of an odd at s equals m is the rank of that discrepancy group. Further, there's something called a height pairing on that group, and the determinant, so in other words, you choose a basis here, this pairing produces a matrix of that size, take the determinant of that matrix, take the absolute value, and then that computes the coefficient of that Taylor expansion. And this particular conjecture, for x equal to an elliptic curve and I equals m equals 1, is exactly the conjecture of Birch and Swinnerton, including the volume and Shah and everything. This was an earlier work of Bloch, by the way, showing that the traditional Birch-Swinnerton is equal to this formulation. But nobody has proved it, we just proved the formulations are equal. Then you can ask, what about that part you left out, the topological part? That also appears in number theory and comes from an earlier conjecture of Tate. The order of the pole of the L function of the even cohomology is the rank of that topological part of the Chow group, of the integer Chow group. Okay? So it's an explanation. So what about evidence? There's very little evidence actually. An important evidence is the case where the dimension, the space is a point. I said finite generation followed from theorem of Raghunathan, later theorem of Borel, more precise actual computations of covalent arithmetic groups imply this, the case of dimension 0. Then there are cases where BB2, for example, Birch-Schwendenai is known in various cases, the famous theorem of Gross and Zagier and other things like that. And the main point is, if you look at the higher situations, there are cases where you can figure out what's happening on the L side, you can find zeros or whatever. Yeah, I'll be done quick. But people ate into my time in the beginning, so I have a little time. Typically, one knows the behavior of the L function because of modularity, and one has some elements you can write down in the Chow group. You compute everything numerically, and you want to say something is a rational number, you get 1.3333. You say, if the computer found that, it's rational. Things like that. But there's no reason it should have been right, should have been some horrible thing. Instead, it's extremely regular. Many computations of that type have been done. No non-trivial example is known where BB says there's a certain rank and you can prove finite generation, let alone the actual rank in the higher cases. But the conjectures fit well with other conjectures regarding realization functors of mixed motives. This appeared also in Kapil's talk. What about my algebra problem? I wanted to quickly run over that. An algebraic number, let me just remind you, is a complex number which is a root of a polynomial equation with integer coefficients. So there are some sort of special numbers. They form this set Q bar inside C. And a concrete consequence of BB2 is in fact the following. If you have a surface in 3 space defined by capital F, X, Y, Z equals 0, and ABC is a point on that surface with algebraic coordinates, which is a special point, but there are lots of them, then any polynomial vanishing at ABC is always expressible as a polynomial combination where one of the polynomials is the same F, however complicated F is. It doesn't matter what the degree is. If the F has algebraic coefficients and the point has algebraic coordinates, it is possible to solve that algebra problem for this surface. We don't know this for a single polynomial, by the way. That's what the conjecture predicts, but we don't know this. Here's an explicit polynomial. It has lots of solutions, rational solutions. We don't know it for those solutions as far as I know. I expect if somebody claimed to prove, the paper would have come to me to refer it. Since I haven't seen it, I assume it's not known. Amalendu Krishna and I proved something of that which has that flavor. Let ABC be complex numbers, not 0, with a to the n plus b to the n equal to c to the n. N could be 37, for example, where n is at least 4. Then there exist polynomials gh such that any polynomial ABC is expressible where one of them is this, if and only if ABC is proportional to a triple of algebraic numbers. And proportional is okay. After all, the solutions of a conical set are, unions of lines. So if something solves it, any proportional thing certainly solves it. So I'm telling you, those are exactly the solutions. Bloch-Beilinson type things would predict something. That and only that are the solutions. Here's Bloch. So many of you have seen him. He's even probably lectured in IMSc. Beilinson, I don't think he's been to India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Srinivas. We have a small memento for you from the Institute.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Professor Sandhya Kaushika from TIFR, and she's going to talk about regulations of axonal transport and conversations between biologists and a physicist.
it's better to mirror screen so I can see what I'm showing. Sorry about that. Yeah, certainly in a clap when AV works. Thank you very much for inviting me. I've been here for the past couple of days, and it's been really nice, even though some of the talks I haven't understood, but the ones I have understood, I've really enjoyed myself. I'm a card-carrying biologist. There's no physics anywhere in my lineage. There's nothing quantitative ever anywhere in my life until I met Gautam. And I'm going to describe some of the work that we have done together somewhere in the middle of my talk. But I thought what I would do is give you a sense, a flavor of one aspect of what my lab works on. And over a decade, I have worked closely with Gautam, and I've also now started working a little bit with Sandeep Chaubey. And I have to say, as a biologist, I've learned an enormous amount. And that's why I've titled my talk as I have, Conversations Between a Biologist and a Physicist, and there need to be many more. I think the problems in biology are very complex, and I think to bring any meaningful understanding to them is going to require multiple approaches. All right. What I am is a neurobiologist. I study neurons, and neurons are cells that are present in your body, present in my body, which allows me to move my hand, to talk, to have percept when we eat something sweet and we like it. And the way the nervous system works is essentially through building a circuit. The circuit that it forms, and here's a spinal reflex arc, which any person would have studied sometime between 5th and 10th standard. So I assume at some point all of you have seen it. It's a reflex arc that we are all very familiar with, which we hit ourselves, either our edge of our elbow or our knee. There's a shooting pain, and you withdraw your limb away from that stimuli. And that happens because you have neurons that sense the touch or that pain stimuli, which goes to a spinal cord and then goes down to have a reflex arc where your muscle withdraws. Now, supposing you are a sports person, and even though you're in pain, it's a goal right there that you want to shoot, you don't care, you go for it. So you have brain-mediated processes which can suppress some of these reflexes to continue to execute a certain motion. So what the nervous system allows you to do is sense information either internally, you're hungry, for instance, or externally, you're in pain, integrate that information and give you an output. Neurons are long, can be very long cells. Some of the longest cells start in your spinal cord and go to your big toe. Think of giraffes, think of elephants. They all have very long cells. And they are connected. The geometry is very much like an electrical wire. So what happens inside these wires? There's been a lot of interest to it through long periods of time, driven two strands of thought in neurobiology, one driven by disease. I think all of us live, including in India, in aging populations, and we look at things like dementia and Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. But we also look at injuries. In India, you have, as just yesterday, there was a discussion of road accidents, and a lot of those road accidents can lead to deficits in motor movement, deficits in what happens in the way we interact with the world because of damage to the nervous system. So that's one strand, often driven by war and our own aging populations. The other strand is to just understand the fundamental biology, right? So driven by both of those interests, Paul Weiss did a very, very interesting experiment a long time ago, and it's something worth thinking about still. It's a very simple experiment. He tied a little knot around a neuron, waited several weeks, and saw these bulges on either side of where he had tied the knot. showing that there was flow occurring in both directions. This is a neuron. This is the synthesis hub. This is where the communication hub is, where it will talk to another cell, either the muscle or another neuron. And this is the wire that connects it. And you could see that there was flow taking place in both sides. A lot of interest in looking at this flow led to these sorts of experiments, which are very beautiful experiments, where you took the squid giant nerve, which actually Vijay talked about, squeeze out its contents, put it under a microscope, and what you saw were these roads, which are these cellular roads known as microtubules, along which various objects moved. And this is what we'll call cargo. And I'll talk about one kind of cargo today. What is the engine which allows these cargo to move along these cellular roads? Engine is called molecular motor. Here is a particular kind of molecular motor which works hand over hand, walking on the cellular road. Great. So we have the axon, which is the wire. Peel it apart, you have these roads. And along these roads, you have multiple types of cargo moving with the engine of the motor. So the entire process of moving things along the axon is called axonal transport. Very simple, like things moving along the road is called whatever traffic or transport that we see in our everyday lives. Essentially, for the purposes of the talk, we will focus on one kind of cargo, which is called the synaptic vesicle. Okay? That is the cargo which is filled with chemicals called neurotransmitters, which allows us to execute these complex motor functions or any sort of function associated with the nervous system. Okay? So I want to be as far as possible jargon-free, if I can make it. What you do in this factory or in this cell, in this part, is actually make these little compartments which have the right composition on them. You'll hear a little bit more about it. Recruit the engine, which is the motor. Get it out along the axon onto the cellular road. Move along it, maybe fall off, hop onto the same road, hop onto the end of the other, hop onto another road, come to the communication hub, which is the synapse, dock there, release chemicals. And then you start the whole process back again and going back, and won't look at that today. So the very simple question, if you're interested in any aspect of this problem, if you talk to a general public, would say, are there traffic rules in neurons? And the three pieces of the puzzle that I introduced was the cargo, that is what is moving, the environment, which is the axon, which has all of those cellular roads, which are microtubules, is an array, and the motors, which is the engine which moves things. So the first aspect of my work, of my lab's work, dealt with looking at the cargo, specifically looking at synaptic vesicles. Why are these they're obviously very important. Without synaptic vesicles, you will not be able to breathe. And if you don't breathe, you don't live, right? Because your neuromuscular junctions over here, your neuron muscle junctions of your diaphragm have to move up and down. Many people, like people who have ALS, die not because they can't walk around, but because they can't move their diaphragm muscles. Okay. The synaptic vesicle is a very unique and unusual organelle in some ways, I like to think, in that we know a lot of information about it, but what's very defined, and you can forget about all the rest of it, saying that there are many, many proteins which are present on it, many different kinds of fats or lipids which are present on it, but the numbers of each of those molecules is very well understood and invariant. That is actually pretty remarkable when it comes to biological systems of these nature. We won't get into that today, but what me as a lab decided to do is to try to understand what makes synaptic vesicles, and using an approach called genetics, using genetic screens, we identified two different steps which are exceptionally important in forming the synaptic vesicle. So the kind of experiments, and you will see a lot of movies today in my talk that we do, is to mark various kinds of proteins inside the cell and then image them. So here we have marked a marker for synaptic vesicles, as well as some other thing, which is actually called the Golgi, but it doesn't matter very much. And what you'll see in normal healthy neurons, you'll see mostly green. This is synaptic vesicles coming out of the cell body and getting on those microtubule arrays, cellular roads. What you see in this particular mutant is both of them are mixed up and moving along. So what we deduce from this and many other experiments, that this is the first step where you ensure that some of these proteins don't get out into the axon in these carriers. That's the first step. And that step is actually retaining Golgi into the cell body and keeping it at the Golgi. And by the way, Golgi got the Nobel Prize for his staining technique, and there were other issues associated with it. If you ever feel like, do read his Nobel lecture. Fantastic work, but also a lot of bitterness because he ended up being wrong. Step 2. The step 2 is the next step after you get out of the Golgi. There are some other proteins which are present, like lysosomes. And what you see generally in wild type is you see only synaptic vesicle proteins coming out in the axon. Lysosomes are stuck here. And in this particular mutant, we see that they're actually moving together. That's why they look yellow, because the red and green are present together. So we had a hierarchical series of steps to begin to get a defined organelle which is present in the synapse and filled with neurotransmitters. What relevance does this have to movement or axonal transport? And here is this very simple experiment that we did, and I'll sort of walk you through it. This is the step 1 defect, and this is a step 2 defect. This is a synapse where synaptic vesicle proteins are present. And this is how it's present along the axon, present in the cell body. What happens when we remove the synaptic vesicle motor or the engine? Here's what we see. In a normal animal, you remove the synaptic vesicle motor, there's nothing, no synaptic vesicles that come up to the synapse. Fantastic. This is what you'd expect. You can't breathe. You can't move. You will eventually die. What happens when you have a step 1 defect? These are not proper synaptic vesicles, but you can still bring some aberrant stuff all the way to the synapse. What happens when you have a step 2 defect? You can't bring it all the way to the synapse, but you can bring it some way into the axon. What you deduce from that is that you can have different types of composition of vesicles or cargo that comes out, and the number of the right kind of motors that probably get onto it is critical in how far that cargo goes. And that's the only message I want you to think about, that cargo matters, and cargo matters because of the types of motors that get onto it. So in a normal animal, in a normal vesicle, in a healthy animal, you will have a lot of the synaptic vesicle motor present on it, which is the engine. In this particular step 1 mutant, you get a lot of different kinds of motors present on it. What we think in the step 2 mutant is that you have fewer motors of the right kind, the engines present on it, and potentially few of the other kind. All right, so we'll come to the heart of my talk. We'll start looking at the environment. You've done the first job of making your cargo and coating with the right kind of motor. What about the environment? The other way to ask the question is, are there constraints on cargo flux in an axon? And the answer is absolutely, you have to consider it, because even the extremely old EM pictures, and these are some of my favorites from someone who used to be the leader in the field, Nobutaka Hirokawa, and you can see how crowded the environment in which the organelles are moving. So here's a mitochondria, here's probably a synaptic vesicles, you have large cargo, you have small cargo. These, by the way, are the motors and the engines that move these different cargo. If you think that this kind of meshwork underlying it is the only issue that you see, the other issues that you see is look at this nerve cord. Each of these axons is a different diameter. So then organelle, or here when you look at this neuron, which is C. elegans, which is the organism I study, you see one neuron with a lot of different tracks and another with very few and with a lot of open space. And so cytoskeletally or inside the neuron, in my view, an axon is like an Indian road. There's a lot of heterogeneity and a lot of mess that occurs. Structured, sensible mess, but still a mess, where you can have changes in diameter of the axon, changes in number of microtubules, or the number of roads that are available, and other kinds of cytoskeletal elements, here shown as spectrin rings. But there are many others which are not mentioned here. So in this complex environment, I already showed you one movement of how cargo moves in neurons. What happens if we look at cargo movement, specifically synaptic vesicles? And this is the critter I work on, C. elegans. You see cargo moves in both directions, and some cargo doesn't move at all. I actually started showing Gautam some of our data, wanting to understand a different question, which we still haven't made much headway in. But he pointed out that a lot of the cargo were not moving. And it was really useful conversation when he insisted on trying to understand that, because we really hadn't taken a systematic approach in the field to try to understand where stationary cargo came from. So after establishing it was not an artifact, we went on to characterize it like all good biologists. So one of the things that we did was to try to see where these stationary cargo were present. And what we saw is there would be places where there would be stationary cargo which wouldn't move, they would disperse, and then you'd have something come and stop at the same location. So think of it as a bend in the road that we drive normally, or a place which is very close to a marketplace, and you'll always get crowding and things would stop at that region. So it made sense for us to try to see whether they were present in certain internal structures. And one of the structures that we looked at was something called actin, which is present like a meshwork in neurons, and also present as rings. So we don't really know what the geometry of this actin is. All we can say is this cytoskeletal element is enriched over there. And what we saw is that a lot of the stationary cargo, and ignore all of these other things, just focus on this bar, you see that a lot of the stationary cargo are present at actin-rich regions. The rest of it is for completeness, for an experiment to see if various cargo behave the same way, various neurons behave the same way, and neurons from different animals behave the same way. And the answer was yes. And here was a piece of very nice analysis that my then student Parul did. It was her idea, where she went on to say, since we know that cargo stall where there's actin or some kind of cytoskeletal crowding feature, let's ask how moving cargo behave in this location. So where you did not have any actin enrichment, most of the cargo will move through that region without any problem. Think of it as highway traffic. When you have only an actin enrichment, what you saw was some amount of the cargo did not do so well and tended to stop. It was not quite as moving as highway traffic. And this was striking when she looked at places which had just a stalled cargo. This would be the equivalent of a truck which is stopped in front of you on a road, and another truck comes behind. A far larger number of the cargo stopped. And finally, the worst traffic block that you got was when you had both actin and a stalled cargo. That is, you had this tangled cytoskeletal feature as well as a synaptic vesicle. What this suggested to us was that this kind of stalling in the axon could perhaps arise due to just physical crowding. You do not need to invoke motor-based mechanisms. And in addition, what we saw is a similar aspect that we saw in another class of neurons in another animal altogether. So we think that physical crowding in the neuron might be critical for stalling. So here is a movie where I can show you actin-rich regions, and here's a vesicle that comes and stops over there. So you can sort of get a flavor of what you're actually looking at and what we are counting. So cargo stop at crowded regions. Great. That's not, I mean, you heard Mithun yesterday, for those of you who were there, and he was talking about physical crowding along DNA, there with protein complexes. Here you're looking at a completely different case because vesicles are several nanometers in diameter, 50 to 70 nanometers, and some large organelles can go up to a micron in length. So you're talking about a different size scale, but conceptually, it's crowding. So is it? And we're talking about crowding in healthy neurons. There's been a line of thought, as I said, about thinking about disease, where many, many investigators have thought that traffic congestions and jams are relevant in sick neurons. And the reason they have thought that is because of these variety of experiments looking at human postmortem samples, mouse models, or you get even C. elegans, which is what we use, models of various diseases. And one feature that you will see is these swellings with lots of proteins and organelles filled in. So the idea very simply was that you will now stall cargo transport. And we thought, naively, that there are two possible ways in which, because what people had seen was a reduction in cargo transport as the disease progressed. So the ideas were that changes in transport can either be causal, correlative, or a consequence of many of these diseases. So the simple hypothesis that occurred to us was increase in stalled cargo caused by increased in physical crowding. Because the clear observation was as the disease progressed, there was much more stalled cargo. And the second is you might, in healthy neurons, have mechanisms to bypass these traffic jams and congestions, and these are compromised in axonal transport in diseased neurons, right? So do we give you an answer? We give you a way to think about it. We don't have an answer yet. So the other way to think about it is, how do you get past traffic congestions in healthy neurons? And here's where Gautam and his student Reshma, as well as Vinod's work came in. So they sort of benchmarked the data that we had through these formulations, and what they showed was the following. If you have multiple microtubules and a cargo doesn't do anything, everything will stop. All cargo transport will stop, unless when they come to a traffic jam, they can take some sort of decision. Either change the lane, like we would, or do a reversal and sample that space later. So what I call is bypassing traffic jams requires local decisions in space, where you can decide whether you want to change lane and get onto another microtubule track, for instance. And here is the data which comes from what happens when you reduce the rate of sidestepping. You actually find that you have an effect on how much current occurs. And here's a better graph where you now look at reversals, where the way I think about reversals is you have a stalling taking place, a vesicle comes there, it reverses, and it can sample the same space after a period of time where something might have changed locally, allowing it to go past that particular traffic jam. So you can have relaxation in space or relaxation in time. So what you see with cargo transport, this is regular, there's no reversals, your net current drops to 0 if you do not allow for any reversals. And therefore, the number of stalled cargo increase. How does it, so it's very hard in an experiment to look at state changes where you look at a cargo changing tracks. But you can experimentally measure reversals. And here is a vesicle that's reversing. And you can sort of see this is an actin-rich region. It has to get past it. This vesicle goes back and forth, and finally it'll get past and come out. So you can do these sorts of measurements and count it. This is how you would convert this kind of movie into a chymograph track where you do reversals. And what we see is that we get reversals at crowded, at where stationary cargo present or away from, so not very different from each other. So does it matter where you reverse in your simulations? So this is what a biologist call, is your mechanism of reversal triggered at a particular location, and what is the effect of triggering? That is, you trigger a reversal mechanism when you see a crowded location. And in fact, human drivers, in the absence of Google Maps, make local decisions by looking at what's right there in front of them, right, when they drive on Indian roads. That's not what vesicles in the neuron are doing, okay? Keep that aside. But you can ask that question in the simulation, thankfully. And what you see is if most of your reversals take place where you have a crowded location, you have the maximum amount of current taking place. If they take place more or less like an experiment, anywhere along the neuron, you don't have that bias, you have a moderate amount of current. And the least amount of current is if you do it completely opposite. That is, you actually do your reversals away from places which are crowded. And that's a very interesting thought. Maybe different cargo use different strategies. We need to investigate that. We don't have an answer. So now let's circle back to the disease condition. And because we have a disease model in C. elegans, we can look at that. We can look at reversals rates. We can look at number of cargo that are stalled. And we can look at net current. When you look at reversal rate, what you see from, a preteen or an adolescent to an adult going on to a middle-aged adult, your reversal rate goes up and continues fairly high in normal animals. In your sick animals, your reversal rate goes up a bit but begins to decline. In conjunction with that, I'm not saying that there is a direct one-to-one role for this because we do many more experiments, but it's very suggestive that your number of stationary cargo slowly increase in this animal, and the net current begins to go down in keeping with the reduction in reversals. And in fact, you can say further and say your reduction in reversals seems to occur earlier than the kinds of changes that you see in current. So from this work, we concluded that stationary cargo are a feature of axonal transport, and traffic congestions occur in healthy neurons, much like they would occur in even normal roads. And reversals and potentially its locations might matter. The last piece of the puzzle is motors, and I'll be done in a couple of minutes. The motors are the engines which move synaptic vesicles, and I thought I would come down to it because it's the last piece of the rules of traffic that you have to consider. What we know with the synaptic vesicle motor is that it gets activated, it moves and carries cargo to the end of the neuron, and what we had shown earlier is that it gets degraded. And we had this long series of experiments trying to find proteins that regulated this process, and specifically, I will tell you what we were looking for regulation. We had developed this assay with Kaustubh, who was an engineer when I was at NCBS, where we could pick up that there was an anterograde bias in transport, where if you injured the neuron, you saw that the motor actually accumulated when it was coming from the cell body, but very little motor came back. So we wanted to understand what went on behind this biased anterograde transport. And what we found by doing, again, genetic screens was a gene that was very, very important for controlling how many motors went in what direction. And that's clearly going to be very important because we already know that the types of motors on the cargo surface are very important, and that depends on the nature of cargo. And here what I'm trying to say is the number of motors might actually matter. And in fact, looking at this particular mutant, okay, let's see if I can play this as well. This is your wild type. You will see a few puncta moving here, which are bright. What you will see in your mutant animal is many, many, many more very bright puncta of motors, which are presumably on the cargo surface. And we can convert that into these kind of distance time chemographs and quantitate roughly how bright these puncta are. And here's where this whole project we discussed greatly with Amitabh Nandi, who's in IIT Bombay, a colleague of Mithun's, and Debashish Chowdhury in Institute of Physics. And I think I would have never dared start this collaboration except for the long history that I had with Gautam, which gave me the language to speak to physicists. And what we saw in these mutants, so they developed a model to explain the flow of motor. And what they did were essentially fits to our intensity data. And what was striking, and I'm not showing a lot of the data that went into this kind of experiment and the kind of model that we did, that they developed, but what was very clear from their fits was that they couldn't get this fit in the mutant condition unless they added a cooperativity term. And I'll come to that back in the last slide. But what was very clear from this kind of from the movies as well as this kind of analysis, that cargo seemed to have very many more motors on their surface. So what would you expect would happen when you had very many more motors on the cargo surface? What you expect is that the motor will walk further before it falls off the microtubule, simply because you have many, many more engines. And the answer, indeed, that is exactly what we saw. What we suspect is there are fewer motors normally. When you get rid of this particular modification in this particular gene, we think there are many more motors on the cargo surface as supported by our imaging with the motors. And what we see is the cargo now begins to walk much, much further. Okay. So coming to the end of my talk, what we realized from looking at the simulation was that cooperative binding may actually play a critical role in active cargo transport. I know that sometimes when you look at fits, you people wonder what is the relevance of that fit for biology. But for the first time, for our group, we have come to the thought that when you have multiple cargoes present on the surface, especially in this case, multiple motors present on the surface, what we now think is there's some kind of partitioning that happens which allow them to come together in some way through interactions with each other. What they are is something that is going to drive our experiments. And here's an example of how the theory opened the door for us as an experimentalist to consider new kinds of experiments. So what are there traffic rules in neurons? The answer is yes. The two most important pieces of the traffic rules is what is being moved, which is the cargo itself. Because what is being moved decides how it's being moved. Because what is being moved decides what motors you put on the surface. And the number of motors you put on the surface decide how far you go and how you go. What does the environment do? Immensely important. But in normal, healthy neurons, you have a crowded environment. So the role of environment for a healthy neuron is uncovered much more in disease states. When you have disease states, you no longer have the ability to deal with your normal crowded environment. So I think the major rules are the cargo and the motor and the environment if you're not doing too well. And none of this work would have been possible without long-term interactions with Gautam's group and his office in IMSc and the wonderful coffee that used to be here, Reshma and Vinod, and more recently Vidur, who's my student, who's essentially driven most of that interaction. The interaction with Gautam has also inspired a lot of people in my lab to do more quantitative work, which has been very nice, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Krishna. So we have a small memento for you. So we have our next speaker, Professor Shiraz Minwala from TFR, Hyderabad. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be back at IMSc and an honor to be speaking at this conference. My talk today is titled Non-Trivially Gapped QFTs and is based on a set of papers that have been listed here in some detail. Okay, this is an outline of my talk. In this talk, I will take you through a discussion of two kinds of quantum field theories, both of which have no massless particles. And I will try to convince you that that theories that flow at low energy at low energies to topological field theories rather than empty quantum field theories have new and distinct and interesting types of properties, some of which are being uncovered in work people are doing. Okay, so let's start. Quantum field theories, as all of us know, come in two basic varieties. There are field theories that have massless particles and those that do not. Now, theories with massless particles are often complicated at long times because long times is due to low energies. And so since these theories have massless particles, they continue to interact. They can continue to interact even at very long times. And as a consequence, these theories can be complicated even at long times. For instance, in the most severely interacting theories with massless particles, single particle states don't exist because even when you go to very long times, lumps of energy keep radiating. You don't have single particle states. On the other hand, there is a sense in which theories with a mass gap, theories with no massless particles, are simpler than theories with massive particles. Okay, and that will be the focus of today's talk. And today we will only be discussing theories with no massless particles. Okay. However, theories with no massless particles may naively appear, all such theories may naively appear to be sort of the same at low energies. However, that's not true, and this is the point that condensed matter physicists have made very forcefully over the last 10 or 20 years. Theories with no massless particles come in two varieties. There are those that, at low energies, descend to a completely empty and completely trivial theory. And then there are theories which, at low energies, reduce not to a completely trivial theory, but a topological field theory. Okay? So I will call the first kind of theory trivially gapped theories. The second kind of theories I will call non-trivially gapped theories, those that at low energies reduce to topological field theories. Okay. Trivially gapped quantum field theories are very familiar. They have well understood properties. They host stable particles. These particles have either integer or half-integer spins. They're either fermions or bosons. When they weakly couple, these particles obey either Fermi or Bose statistics. They have occupation number statistics given by Bose-Fermi distribution functions. And they always have well-defined S matrices. And S matrices have well-understood structural features. For instance, they obey crossing symmetry. Okay. Non-trivially gapped quantum field theories, massive quantum field theories, are less well understood. And you may wonder whether all these properties that I've listed in this top point apply to non-trivially gapped quantum field theories. I don't think the answer to this question is known in general. In this talk, I will describe the initiation of an investigation for some of these questions in the context of a particular example. And the example we will study is Chern-Simons theories in 2 + 1 dimensions minimally coupled to massive matter fields. Okay? Much of what okay, let's move on. First, okay. So in the next 3 slides, I'm going to review what these Chern-Simons theories are. Okay? So Chern-Simons theories are gauge theories in 2 + 1 dimensions, and they're governed by an action that is listed here. The action involves the gauge field y mu in some combinations. Okay. Observables in this theory are the partition functions of the Chern-Simons theory on various manifolds, as well as partition functions in the presence of Wilson lines and various representations. Now, if you're not familiar with these theories, for those of you who are not familiar with these theories, over the slide I give you a one-page summary of their properties. The first important thing about these theories is that pure Chern-Simons theories, the equation of motion of pure Chern-Simons theories is that F mu nu is equal to 0. So the field strength in these theories vanishes. Now, all local information about a gauge field is contained in its field strength. So the fact that the field strength vanishes tells you that locally nothing happens in these theories. Okay? Anything that happens in these theories is a global effect, something associated with boundaries. Okay? So these theories are theories without local excitations. Relatedly, if you look back at the Lagrangian that defines these theories, the Lagrangian does not contain the metric of the spacetime manifold in which the theories are formulated. And so these theories are what are called topological field theories. They care about the topology of the manifold in which they're formulated, but not in the detailed metric. They have no local degrees of freedom. Now, another thing about these theories that is true is that these theories are only well defined if kappa or k, the level of these Chern-Simons theories, is an integer. When that's not true, these theories are not gauge invariant. Okay. This is tightly related to a fact that some of you might be finding strange. You know, when we're students, we're told that we should build Lagrangians out of the field strength, because that's the way of making a Lagrangian describe gauge invariant physics. Yeah, Chern-Simons theories are defined by a Lagrangian that's built out of the gauge field itself and not out of the field strength. And yet turns out to be, yet they describe gauge invariant physics in a slightly interesting way, but that mechanism only clicks when k is an integer. Okay, and as I've already mentioned, you know, because this theory is topological, the standard observables of a quantum field theory, namely correlation functions of local operators, makes no sense. Okay, the paradigmatic observables of these theories are expectation values of tangles of Wilson lines or Wilson loops in these theories. The Wilson lines have some topology, and they're also labeled by a representation. Okay. Now, something that will be important for my talk, and this is something that's well known and has been well known for 30 years, is that these Chern-Simons theories enjoy, these pure topological Chern-Simons theories enjoy invariance under a certain duality. This duality has a name, it's called level rank duality. I'm going to review it for you. Level rank duality is the assertion that, okay, this is some technicality, you can forget about it. That the UNK theory, the UNK Chern-Simons theory, is dual to, which means it's the same thing as the UK minus N Chern-Simons theory. Okay, so the Chern-Simons theory that you get by exchanging level and rank, the two Chern-Simons theories that you get by doing that are the same theories. Now, what does the statement mean? The first thing that the statement implies is that the partition function of the two theories on the same manifold are the same. Secondly, also, this statement implies a relationship between the basic observables of these theories, namely expectation values of Wilson lines. Now, I've told you that Wilson lines were characterized by sort of the topology of their links, or various other such things, spatial information, but also characterized by the representations in which these Wilson lines propagate. The rule for the topology for this level rank duality is simple. The topology, a Wilson line like this maps on the other side to a Wilson line like this. Nothing interesting happens in space. In representation space, on the other hand, the rule for the map of one side to the other is more interesting. Wilson lines in a representation on the first side map to Wilson lines in another representation on the second side. And the rule for getting the representation of the first guy, the second guy from the representation of the first guy is well understood. Roughly speaking, in the case of these UN theories, representations are labeled by Young tableau. And what you need to do to get the Young tableau of the dual representation is to transpose the Young tableaus, interchange rows and columns. Okay? So for instance, if you have a representation with only one row on one side, let's say m boxes in the first row, it maps to a representation with m boxes in the first column on the other side. Now, boxes in a row are symmetrized, whereas boxes in a column are anti-symmetrized. Okay? So this is a duality in which, roughly speaking, symmetrization on one side maps to anti-symmetrization on the other. And that's going to play a very important role in what I'm going to say later on. Okay, so all this so far was review of 30-year-old material. Now, Chern-Simons theories 30 years ago were studied and so well understood precisely because they were these extremely simple topological field theories that could be exactly understood. Consider now you take one of these Chern-Simons theories and couple it to massive matter in some representation. Now, the beautiful topological invariance of the Chern-Simons theory is no longer true. You've got a genuine quantum field theory with genuine local degrees of freedom, but one that flows at low energies once you've integrated out the massive matter to topological field theory. So if you take Chern-Simons theories and couple them to massive matter, you've got an example of a non-trivially gapped theory, the kind I was talking about at the beginning of my talk, namely a quantum field theory with genuine interacting degrees of freedom that flows at low energies, not to an empty theory, but to topological field theory. Okay? So in the rest of this talk, I will be talking about these kind of theories. Chern-Simons theory is coupled to, minimally coupled to massive matter fields in some representation of the gauge group. In particular, I will largely focus on two particular examples. The UN Chern-Simons theory minimally coupled to fundamental fermions, or the UN Chern-Simons theory minimally coupled to fundamental bosons. My fermions are just ordinary fermions. My bosons are Wilson-Fisher bosons, okay, critical bosons. Okay. As I mentioned before, both theories in the previous transparency are genuine quantum field theories with local degrees of freedom that reduce to pure Chern-Simons theories, and so to topological field theories at low energies. Now, with an appropriate choice of parameters, the theories above can be chosen. I give you the parameter map in the next slide. So that once you integrate out the matter on the two sides, the two Chern-Simons theories, the pure Chern-Simons theories that you get on the two sides, are level rank dual to each other. So actually are secretly the same theory. Okay, so it's easy to do that. One of the real surprises in the study of these theories, study allowed largely by the fact that these theories, even with matter, turn out to be exactly solvable in the large n limit. Okay, one of the real surprises of the studies of these theories is that this low energy duality that has been known for 30 years actually gets promoted to a full duality of the full quantum field theories. So you take these fermions coupled to Chern-Simons theory, you take the bosons coupled to Chern-Simons theory, you arrange the levels and the ranks so that after you integrate out the bosons and the fermions, the two pure Chern-Simons theories become level rank dual to each other. And it turns out that IR duality is actually, the tip of the iceberg. The theories themselves, all the way to the UV, are completely dual to each other. Okay? This is one of the first surprises in the study of these theories, and implies many other surprises, which we will investigate through this talk. Okay, the map of parameters that you have to work with, the map of parameters for n here and k here, nf and kf, nb and kb, and also of masses between these two theories, for which ensures this duality is listed here, but I'm moving on. Okay, the evidence for the duality described above is very extensive and detailed, especially in the large n limit. The key point here is that both sides of the duality continue to be exactly solvable, as I've mentioned, at large n. So we can separately compute various things. For instance, we can separately compute a thermal partition function on one side, a thermal partition and the function on the other side, and just check that under this map of parameters, the two answers, which are very complicated, turn out to be the same. Okay, so the evidence for this duality, this duality has not been proved like no non-trivial quantum field theory duality in higher than 2 dimensions has been proved, but it's certainly true. Okay, now, the existence of this duality throws up various questions, and I'm going to sort of analyze them one by one. Firstly, you can take this theory, and let's take the bosons here. Let's take the bosons here to have positive mass. Okay. When the bosons here have positive mass, the vacuum of the theory is roughly just a set of spins in a parametric magnetic phase, and then these spins are gauged. Okay. So the elementary excitations of this theory are created by the basic spins, the basic bosons. On the other hand, if this mass here goes negative, then what happens is that the potential for the bosons is sort of like a Mexican hat. The bosons want to condense, and then our spins go into what you might think of as a ferromagnetic phase. Except that these spins are coupled to gauge field. So you should think of this as Higgs phase. And then the elementary excitations of this bosonic theory are W bosons. Okay? So depending on the sign of the mass, the basic excitations of the bosons are either the elementary boson spin 0 or the W bosons, which are spin 1. In contrast, for the fermions, the elementary excitations for both signs of mass are just elementary fermions. Okay. So now, we reach our first puzzle. How can it be the two theories are the same if on one side the excitations are spin 0 bosons and spin 1 bosons, the other side they spin half fermions? How can it be that these two theories are the same? Sounds like it's just wrong. Okay. So in order to address this question, I'm going to sort of remind you of a certain bunch of elementary things about spin. Okay. Recall that if you have a massive particle in d dimensions, all massive particles in d dimensions appear in a little group of SOD minus 1. Okay? Now, when d is greater than or equal to 3, SOD minus 1 is a non-abelian group, because d minus 1 is, but d is greater than or equal to 4, SOD minus 1 is greater than, d minus 1 is greater than or equal to 3, and SOD d minus 1 is a non-abelian group. All representations of this non-abelian group are labeled by discrete integers. Okay? So, and these representations are of two sorts, those that are spinorial and those that are non-spinorial. Spinorial representations are fermions, non-spinorial representations are bosons. And since these representations are of discrete, you cannot continuously go from one to the other. On the other hand, in 3 dimensions, the little group is SO2, and the covering group of SO2 is U1. U1 admits, is R. R admits representations with any charge. Okay? So it's conceivable, at least from this point of view, that the spins of a particle can continuously change from half to 1 or half to 0. At least group theory doesn't forbid this. Now, okay. Now this is important because our duality here is conjectured to work in d equals 3, where this little group was SO2, its covering group was R. Now, we've discussed that the duality can only be correct if the spins of the elementary excitations on the two sides are the same. They don't look like the same. They look like they spin 0 for the bosons and spin half for the fermions. But if you do a more careful analysis, you find the following. The naive spin of the boson is 0, but there's a contribution to the spin from the Chern-Simons gauge field. This is something you can compute semi-classically using Noether procedure. And it was sort of implicit in all the early work in Chern-Simons theory. And the contribution to the spin from the Chern-Simons gauge field is simply the dimension of the Wess-Zumino-Witten operator that's dual to the particular representation, C2R divided by 2 kappa. When you add in the contribution of the spin from the Chern-Simons gauge field to the intrinsic spin of the particle, total it up to get a total spin. And you compute the total spin on the bosonic side and the total spin on the fermionic side. Put in all the parameters I've talked about. The two spins match on the nose. This is only possible because the spins were not half or 1. They could just go anywhere, any real number. All of these spins are generic values of k, any real number, but they're equal. Okay, so the first lesson is that in these theories, spins for these excitations don't have to be half integers, they could be anything. Okay, a second thing that might worry you is that I've told you that theory of bosons is a theory of fermions. But the first thing we learn when we study bosons and fermions is that bosons obey Bose statistics, fermions obey Fermi statistics. How can it be that multi-particle states on one side match to multi-particle states on the other side, when one side you have obey Bose statistics and the other side obey Fermi statistics? Just sounds wrong. The way this works is sort of very interesting. It can be uncovered. You see, this puzzle exists even in the non-relativistic limit. In the non-relativistic limit, both these theories are described by Schrodinger equation. Okay. In work that will hopefully appear soon, we've described the Schrodinger equation in great detail. Turns out that the Schrodinger wave functions take the following form. Schrodinger wave functions are wave functions are a function of positions times group invariant index structures made out of the indices of all the particles that are participating. Okay? Now, you can work out the Schrodinger equation both for the first side, so bosons in one theory, and fermions on the other side, and on the other side, fermions in the other theory. You can also demonstrate the following. You can also demonstrate that the Schrodinger equation, the first Schrodinger equation that you write down, after a field redefinition, a variable change, maps to the second Schrodinger equation. Okay? But the variable change is an important one. Okay? And the variable change, roughly speaking, converts this invariant index structure I to a dual invariant index structure. And the nature of this variable change is that an invariant that is symmetric on one side is converted into an invariant that is antisymmetric on the other side. Very much like how it worked for Wilson lines. Okay? Now we're in business. Because you see, let's say that we've got a symmetric index structure here, and psi was a bosonic wave function. Then this psi I had to be invariant under symmetric interchange of particles. On the other hand, the variable change converts it to a psi tilde, where this I is antisymmetric under the interchange of color indices. Psi I then has to continue to be symmetric under interchange of spatial variables in order that the full wave function be antisymmetric as is required for fermions. Okay? So the lesson of this story goes as follows. It's these hidden gauge variables that in the end contract to singlets. The symmetry properties of those compensate for the difference between symmetry of bosons and fermions, allowing the physical part of the wave function, namely the dependence on positions, to have the same symmetry properties on both sides, even though on one side you have bosons and the other side you have fermions. Okay, fine. Next question. When bosons are weakly coupled, they obey Bose-Einstein statistics. Okay? The number of bosons in a particular energy state is given by this formula. On the other hand, when fermions are weakly coupled, bosons are here and fermions are here. Fermions are weakly coupled, they obey Fermi-Dirac statistics. Number of particles in any given state is like this. Though the puzzle isn't as sharp, one might wonder, how can it be then that if you take these theories at finite temperature, you will get the same answer, even though on one side you might think you should have Bose-Einstein statistics. The other side you should have Fermi-Dirac statistics. Answer to this question is very interesting. When you study these theories in detail, just like for the spins, turns out that there is a one-parameter generalization of both Fermi-Dirac statistics and Bose-Einstein statistics. For instance, the occupation number, we understand these statistics in full detail. Here I'm just presenting the answer to the occupation numbers. The occupation number for bosons, for fermions, is given by this generalization of the Fermi-Dirac answer. It's a more complicated answer. Okay, it depends on the coupling constant of these fermions. Similarly, the occupation number for bosons is given by this generalization of the Bose-Einstein formula. Okay? Both sides have a one-parameter generalization, a Q deformation, that comes out of the physics of these theories. Okay, now, the occupation number, now you might ask, do these occupation numbers match to each other? The occupation numbers don't quite match, but they do once you multiply by the number of colors. Okay, once again, this is physically what you should expect, because you've got a single particle state. It could be occupied by one color a certain number of times, but all the colors are equal. So once again, you see that this is what you should have wanted, that the total occupation number, once you sum over all colors, matches on the two sides. Once again, statistics is consistent with Bose-Fermi duality because of the existence of these sort of hidden gauge quantum numbers, without which nothing would have worked. Okay, fine. If you look, it's well known that for ordinary Fermi-Dirac statistics, the occupation number formula at zero temperature becomes very simple. All energies below the Fermi sea are occupied. All states with energies below the Fermi sea are occupied. All states with energies above the Fermi sea are unoccupied. Okay? When you look at this modified Fermi-Dirac statistics, you take the zero temperature limit, this thing doesn't change. in the zero temperature limit, the modified Fermi-Dirac statistics reduces to the ordinary Fermi-Dirac statistics. What about for bosons? For bosons, on the other hand, we find something interesting. Recall that for ordinary free bosons, if you have a chemical potential that is larger than the mass, then there's a catastrophe in this bosonic system. Because states which have energies below the chemical potential, which is possible when the chemical potential is above the mass, are occupied an infinite number of times. Because the Boltzmann suppression factor, e to the power minus beta e, turns into a Boltzmann enhancement factor when you include e to the power minus beta e plus mu q. Okay? So for ordinary bosons, which are free, you cannot turn on a chemical potential larger than the mass. It's just a disaster. Okay? In these theories, on the other hand, you look at the formula for the modified Bose-Einstein statistics, and you find something very interesting. You find when you take the zero temperature limit, this occupation statistics continues to be well defined, even when mu is larger than the mass. And what you find is that every state below the chemical potential is occupied a certain number of times. Well, this n bar is 1 minus mod lambda b by lambda b. So very much like fermions, except that states are not occupied once. They're occupied on the average a certain number of times. Now, this n bar, when you work it out in terms of the integers, turns out to be kb by nb. So multiplying by nb, you see that the total occupation number, once we sum over all colors, is bounded from above by the level of the Bose theory. So this ultraviolet catastrophe for bosons is regulated by adding this Chern-Simons term, turning bosons into things that look more like fermions. And that's why these theories can be dual to each other. Okay. I'm running out of time, so I skipped this technical comment. Maybe half a minute. The technical comment was that, you take a free gauge theory, a very weakly coupled gauge theory, put it on a sphere, you've got lots of matter particles. The partition function obeys a restriction. You only count those states that are gauge singlets because of the Gauss law constraint. In these theories, we've understood how that statement is modified. It's a very interesting and mathematically beautiful modification. You only count those states that are invariants under the Westermino-Witten fusion rules, where the Westermino-Witten theory is the Westermino-Witten theory associated with the Chern-Simons theory. But that's a technical comment, so let's move on. Last point, and I'm stopping, I'm sorry for, yeah. Fine. Lastly, these theories have a mass gap. Right? So they have stable particles that can scatter. Okay. Now, in trivially gapped theories, scattering of stable particles obeys a certain structural constraint. Scattering matrices obey the rules of crossing symmetry. What this means is that if you know the S matrix, let's say for particle-particle going to particle-particle, you interchange an initial particle with a final antiparticle and do something on the other side. That new S matrix does not require new computation. You can get it from analytic continuation from the old S matrix. Crossing symmetry is a proven property for trivially gapped theories for 2 to 2 and 2 to 3 scattering. Okay. Now, the statement of crossing symmetry itself becomes a little complicated, even in trivially gapped theories, when the theories have enjoy invariance under global symmetry. This is because scattering can occur in many non-abelian global symmetry. So because scattering can occur in many different color channels, symmetry channels. So let me give you an example. Suppose you're scattering two fundamentals to two fundamentals. The two fundamentals can fuse into the symmetric or the anti-symmetric representation of UN. On the other hand, if you're scattering a fundamental with an anti-fundamental, these can fuse into either the adjoint or the singlet. Okay? And when you work out the classical, the ordinary rules of crossing symmetry, you find that crossing in the identity channel, singlet channel, for fundamental anti-fundamental scattering is related to crossing for fundamental scattering in the singlet channel and fundamental scattering in the anti-fundamental and in the anti-symmetric channel by this formula. Similarly, crossing in the fundamental anti-fundamental channel crossing of fundamental anti-fundamental scattering in the adjoint channel is related to fundamental scattering in the singlet and in the symmetric and anti-symmetric by this formula. Okay, this is just classical crossing symmetry. Somebody in the 1960s who cared to do it would have written out this formula. What happens in these theories? In these theories, something very interesting happens. These rules for crossing symmetry, which the textbooks I studied when I was learning quantum field theory told me were sacrosanct, are not true in these theories anymore. It's not that these rules are destroyed, they get modified. The modification is a very beautiful one. You get this formula where every number that you had in the game is replaced by this q number, where the q number is defined in this way, where q is e to the power 2 pi I by kappa. In the limit k goes to infinity, the Chern-Simons gauge field decouples from stuff. So Chern-Simons theory reduces to a theory with global symmetry. In that limit, q numbers go to ordinary numbers, and you recover the ordinary rules of crossing symmetry. So crossing symmetry is deformed in these theories by q deformation, at least for this matter content in these theories. Clearly, it's going to be deformed in general. I'm not sure the general rules are known yet. Okay, so that's it. I'm sorry I've gone over time. Let me end with a summary. Non-trivially gapped quantum field theories are qualitatively different from their trivially gapped cousins in many interesting respects. This is a fact that condensed matter physicists have hammered home to us over the last 15 or 20 years. But condensed matter physicists largely study the extreme low energy. When we look at the full quantum field theory, which reduces at low energies to topological quantum field theory, and study the dynamics of the matter fields, we find that the fact that the topological field theory at the low energies is different endows different properties to these matter fields. They have different statistics. They can have non-integer spins. They scatter differently. And the low temperature physics can be very different from what you might expect. For instance, the bosonic catastrophe at chemical potential above mass is cured, behaving more like a Fermi, say. Okay, since non-trivially gapped, the study of the structural properties of these theories is just beginning, lots remains to be understood. I think it's a very cool thing because it's very clearly defined, very clean, and yet you encounter surprising physics. Since non-trivially gapped theories are common in condensed matter physics, for instance in the quantum Hall effect, it does not seem unreasonable to me to hope that some of these novel structural properties that we're discovering with pen and paper now will one day be verified in laboratories. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Suraj. So we have a small memento for you.
I'm sorry for going over.
No, you're on time, actually. So it's just 2 minutes. So our next speaker is Professor Gautam. Before that, I have a small, I think Professor Raghavan has a small announcement.
So there is an exhibition that you might have noticed at the lunch. So just a bit of information about it. This is called From Learning to Doing, Science, Education and Public Service in Chennai. This exhibition was curated for IMSc's flagship Science at the Sabha program in 2019, and Gautam, our next speaker, was among those who curated it. The series of 12 posters highlights some of Chennai's traditions in science, mathematics, education, and public service, together with the people and institutions that helped to shape them. And after a 2-year break induced by the pandemic, we are happy to announce that the Science at the Sabha is planned for this year to be held on Sunday, 19th February.
Thank you very much. I think it's Gautam doesn't need introduction. He has been here for over 2 decades now, and I will hand over to him.
Thank you, Chandru. So sorry for this somewhat boring title. The word social determinants of health may not ever have been spoken before in this hall, but they represent my more current interests at the moment. So it's actually wonderful to be back here after a long time. I think it's at least been about 6 years since I've given a talk in this hall, 5 to 6 years. And IMSc was very important to me in my own career in basically accommodating the range of stuff that I worked on. Probably I was hired for something else, but began to shift to something completely different. So when I came here more than 20 years ago, I was really a condensed physicist and statistical mechanic, working on magnetic properties of superconductors. Along the way, I moved into thinking about biophysics and computational biology, and we started the computational biology group around 11 years ago. And at that time and later, as Sandhya said, I worked on motor transport, chromatin organization, cell adhesion, collective effects in cell motion, et cetera, et cetera. But over the last roughly 5 to 6 years, I've shifted almost full time to thinking about health and health policy. So I want to tell you, the question is why? Why should one even begin to think about it? And what is the particular relevance that this idea has? So you can pose it in this question: why should an institute that's traditionally devoted to mathematical and computational sciences and theoretical physics of really all sorts, as you've seen here, even bother to think about disease? And sort of the manifestation of this, of course, is the computational biology group, where a significant number of people in that group think about disease in various forms, as well as the new center, the IMSc Center for Disease Modeling, a bunch of colleagues even outside the computational biology group who are interested in questions of disease. So I want to tell you about 4 becauses, why this really ought to be the case. One relates to how we think about disease in modern times as opposed to 50 or 100 years ago. And this is a sort of something that I extracted from a talk I went to about a month ago by Srinath Reddy, who was the founder of the Public Health Foundation of India, at the inauguration of some new center in Delhi. And he said, we require interdisciplinary approaches as well as an understanding of complex systems. Now, this is a line that could have been taken out of one of Sudeshna's papers or any one paper on complex systems. But it's a bit odd coming from a public health expert says that, look, we need to look far beyond what we are doing, and we need to look about how complexity is part of the way we analyze public health, the way we think about public health. The second is that traditionally, actually, IMSc is very well positioned to do this. And this is something that may not be generally known. But we organized a series of meetings, Shatabra and I, starting in 2006. So 2006, 2010, 2 meetings in 2015, all centered around diseases and thinking about diseases. And in an effort to bring together a community across India, people working in public health, epidemiologists, public health scientists, modelers, et cetera, just to see how to get them talking to each other, where the gaps lay in the data. So these are the posters that came from that time. And Rahul, in more recent years, has looked at other types, has organized other types of meetings looking at different Bayesian questions in disease modeling. Pinaki and Dheeraj are from the theoretical physics group, again with an interest in diseases and disease modeling. So we've come at this from many different angles. And so that's why I say that we, unlike pretty much any other Indian institution, is well positioned to do this because we've been doing it for a long time and thinking about these questions for a long time. So my third because is, because models are tools to frame good policy. And if you want to look at models, the right people to talk to are really theoretical physicists and no one else, because they really understand how to take extremely complicated, miserable-looking biophysical, physical, et cetera, situations, condensed matter physics, et cetera, and convert them into things that are tractable. This is a skill of its own kind, and that's essentially what we teach our students at IMSCs and all places that do varieties of theoretical physics and modeling. We teach them how to think about models, how to take complicated things and think about them in simple ways. And the last point is, of course, because India needs it. And this refers back to yesterday's panel discussion, where we discussed a whole range of different items, and health was certainly very prominent among them, about how the need for data about health, for thinking about health, for collaborations between institutions such as VHS, IIT, us, Kalpakam, et cetera, were all very important. Where all of us can contribute, all with our training, whether physicists, applied mathematicians, or computer scientists, is really towards methods and better models for improving public policy. Because whatever you do, whatever papers you write, none of this makes a difference until you can translate it into something that really saves a life, or can potentially, whether it's something as simple as reducing traffic deaths in Tamil Nadu or across the country, that requires specific actions, specific policies. And that's where the job of better models that can tell you what might be a good policy, what works and what doesn't work, becomes very crucial. And of course, there are many things to do purely on the clinical data side that has to do with Indian data. We often rely on models that have been developed for the West, for Western populations, the so-called weird populations, WEIRD standing for Western, educated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we don't have enough that is specific to Indian populations. The Indian populations are very different in many cases. In fact, we're just realizing that the fact that you cannot use clinical data extracted on purely men to talk about problems of women's health, because they do respond in fundamentally different ways to medications, etc. So we have to expand the way we think about health, and these are different ways in which we should actually begin to look at it. So I want to talk very quickly about my work in multiple models, and not really because I want to explain these models to you in any great detail or anything. They would all be separate talks, but because I want to give you a flavor of how one thinks about problems in this field, what one does, what are the sorts of problems that one is thinking about, and why they might be interesting, why they might be useful. So I'll talk about compartmental models, including one that was developed really out of IMSc, University of Pune, IISc Bangalore, etc., a bunch of collaborators. This came out of this Indian scientist response to COVID-19 that was set up by Jam and others. And that is, again, a remarkable effort of purely voluntary effort of many scientists coming together to look at public explanations regarding COVID-19, modeling groups, debunking of hoaxes, et cetera, that came along with that. And the last thing I'll talk about is a model called BharatSim that I've been working on for the last 2 years. So the first wave of COVID-19 in India, remember that COVID came to India around, as best as we know, around the 30th of January of 2020. And then there was this sort of stringent lockdown that happened here, which you can see over there at that point. Then the little box that you can see, and this rise of cases that peaked around the September of 2020, and then came down again until it was fairly low by January, by the middle of February of 2021, at which point it took off again. So there's some interest in understanding the first wave of COVID-19 because that sets an initial condition for what happened with the Delta wave. And how many people were infected at that time, to what extent did that infection, a prior infection, provide protection against the Delta wave? Could the Delta wave have been worse? How do we benchmark our techniques and methods on something that we have that is retrospective, that goes back to the past, so that we can improve them for current use? That's what we were looking at. This is what the model looks like. This is just a set of boxes that describe states. So the question here is how many people are mildly infected, severely infected, hospitalized, susceptible, et cetera, et cetera. You can think of the basic object that you want to model as a number of people in each of these little boxes or compartments, and people move between compartments. Someone who's susceptible can be infected, someone who's infected can move to a severely infected or mildly infected or asymptomatically infected. And we write down equations that describe this. Of course, it's much more complicated than that because you have to worry about age structuring. Each compartment is broken up into the number of people in the age group of 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, etc. We worry about how these people interact. So we take social data that says people in the 80 to 90 age group tend to interact more with other people in the 80 to 90 age group than they would, for example, with someone in the 30 to 40 age group. So that's where the social data also figures. And this then gives you fairly complicated models that you can write down. There's a large number of equations with many parameters. And you have to do as best a job as you can with understanding those parameters and what they mean. So we looked at multiple Indian cities, multiple Indian states, India as a whole, etc. But here's the bottom line. We estimated that about 35% of the population had been infected at the end of the first wave of COVID-19 in India. That's a somewhat conservative number because if you look at the IIT Kanpur model, so to say, that number said 60%, 70%, etc. But actually that doesn't seem to be true. The lower number probably is more accurate. This also tallies with what we know from other types of more biological and clinical measurements. We estimated that about what's called the infection fatality ratio is about 0.1. This is again conservative. Some numbers are larger than these. And then if you look at what is the estimates of death under counting, we said you typically were counting only 1 death out of 2 actual deaths from COVID-19, a little more than 2. But that range could be anywhere between 2 and 5. And we took a somewhat more conservative point of view regarding that. And we looked at the undercounting of cases. How many cases were there actually there of COVID-19 infections versus how many did you actually manage to detect? And towards the end of the pandemic, we were detecting 1 in about 20 cases, whereas early on it was more like 1 in about 100 cases or 120 cases. So these are all things that you can extract from a mathematical model treatment that you can then attempt to relate to what people can measure clinically to look, for example, in a serosensitivity assay and so on. So that's where the policy came in. So among the things that we did was to advise a particular state government. We spoke to a bunch of state governments, but with the Andhra government was where we worked most closely to understand on a week-to-week basis where cases were going. So we said, how many do you expect 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, etc. How many hospitalizations, how many deaths? And we would do this exercise. We met very regularly with them on a weekly basis, and we would try to push this number a little bit, never projecting too far in advance. But this actually turned out to be very useful because they slowly, from a position of distrust of mathematical models and so on, they moved to a position where they were actually asking us, can we use your models, can we use your numbers to predict, for us to decide what our drug procurement strategy should be? How much of antivirus should we get? How much of remdesivir should we order? And that was actually useful. Again, this is the point that I'm telling you about the interplay between models and policy. Once you begin to trust a well-benchmarked model, you can then use it to decide major financial decisions, because this is a large sum of money. How much do you need? You do not want to order more drugs than you might actually need in that particular situation. So that's where reasonable, credible estimates of what might happen in the future become very important. Here's an example of a much more complicated model. So this is the example of somewhere where you have people who've been vaccinated, who have not been vaccinated at all, vaccinated with 1 dose of vaccine, vaccinated with 2 doses of vaccine. And all of these conditions are people with 2 doses of vaccine. What is the likelihood that if they're infected, then they might well end up in hospital? With 1 dose of vaccine, how does that number change? If you're polio susceptible, how does that number change? If you're in the background of a prior infection, you're already starting from a situation where 30% of people have already been infected. How do these numbers change? So now you understand how complicated the situation gets, because many of these numbers have to be extracted from data that is available from other countries, from very, sort of kind of slipshod, not very complete data for the Indian population as such. But again, you can use this to, for example, we use this to understand why is it that cases in children in Andhra Pradesh didn't go up and schools were reopened. Why is it that the Omicron wave was a milder wave overall in terms of hospitalizations and earlier than the Delta wave, for example. Here's something that we did, again, about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, which is try to understand the nature of testing in India and what might make for good policy in terms of testing. And so just to remind you, all of you know this, we use 2 tests for COVID-19 in India. One is a rapid antigen test, an RAT test. It's called a point of care test. You can take it and you have a result in about 10 to 15 minutes. And the other is the RT-PCR test that it takes typically 8 to 12 hours to give you a turnaround on that. It's more accurate relative to the RAT test, but it's also more expensive, and there is a delay. So how do you now compensate between both of these things? A test that is cheaper, easier to distribute, real-time answer, versus something that is delayed in when it returns its result and is also more expensive. So questions here are questions for policy. How much should you be testing in a population? What is the optimal mix? Should you do 20% RATs and 80% PCR? Should it be the other way around? What's the right mix, and how does the economics of that mix also make a difference? What does it depend upon? And as you will remember, many state governments and central government negotiated very tightly with drug manufacturers to bring down the prices of their PCR tests relative to the RATs. So then given the price differential between this, how does that optimal mix of different tests, how does that change? So this is again stuff that we looked at, and here we used a network model where you try to construct little communities of people with homes, etc., be in hospitals, workplaces, people move between homes and workplaces, and then you look at rules. When you test someone who is positive, who displays symptoms, do you quarantine them, do you not quarantine them, do you isolate them or not isolate them, do you quarantine their families, do you not do that? What is the cost of these tests? Given you change the nature of the test between RAT and PCR in various mixes, how do things change? So this is about 20,000 people, make a nice model community with different houses of different household sizes, etc., different workplaces, and you can put in whatever information you have that is social information and wrap it into these models as well. So that's what disease spread across that network looks like. And once the dark parts there are home locations, work locations that are marked, and this generates for you the sort of typical picture that you see below there, which is an epidemic curve, number of infections going up and then coming down. And you can now vary the parameters that you have inside this model. You can change the quarantine procedures, you can change the testing rates, you can look at non-pharmaceutical interventions such as masking, and then ask how does all of this make a difference, and what is the right way to think about policy in this background. So long details there, but this work was picked up by Eureka to get circulated around the world. The bottom line basically was that you can actually get away with not so good tests. For example, almost with all RAT tests as opposed to PCR, provided you test more. And we described exactly where the trade-off lay. How much more should you be testing for a full RAT regime to be equivalent to a full PCR regime? We looked at then school closure. So we did some work for the WHO, which was interested in this question of when should you open schools? In India, for example, had among the longest periods in which schools were closed in the country. And this was an intense debate among people who thought about school education and people who said that it seems Politicians like to close schools because then they will not be held responsible for any increase in cases in children. And of course, cases in children is something that all of us as adults worry about, all of us who have families, that you don't want your child to go to school and fall ill. So that's an easy way out. But the difficulties with that is keeping kids outside the formal education system for a period of 2 to 3 years has a long-term effect. And this effect is only amplified as they grow older. And so there were these two opposing camps. And then the question was, okay, we are now at India in 2021 in August. Let's assume that the past year children have been out of school. What happens if you reopen schools now? What are the consequences on different age groups that you can actually look at? So we again worked with these models. We worked with Asian-based models to look at a bunch of things. What happens in low-risk individuals between 0 to 18? What happens in at-risk individuals who have not been vaccinated, for example, in a higher age group? And basically we found out that, look, we really should open schools at this point. You do expect a small increase in cases in children, but it's not likely to be significant and certainly not likely to send large numbers of kids to hospital. So that's again the point where we wrote about this in the press, so that because we wanted this to be advertised a little more, this sort of suggestion that this is the right policy to take, rather than just to the WHO to whom we were submitting a report. So we wrote again an op-ed on this and spoke about this in a bunch of places. And again, I want to illustrate the relationship between the nature of models, the nature of how one presents these models to people who make policy, and also the need to communicate to the public, because the public influences politicians, influences policymakers, and you have this circle to complete. So the last thing that I want to talk about, and I'm glad I'm not taking too much time, is a general question that I want to pose to you. Suppose you had all of the data that you needed about a population, all the social data, all the personal information, health information, etc. Would that help you model the spread of disease any better? That introduces a large amount of complexity into how one thinks about diseases, but where's the trade-off there exactly? The other thing that is important is that it enables you with the social information to understand what is called the social determinants of disease. We all know from our experience of the first wave of COVID-19 in India that this struck different populations very differently. So migrant populations, poorer populations, the slums of Dharavi in Mumbai had disease levels of had seropositivity of 80% or 90% compared to the high rises that were next to them, where these numbers were about 20%. And that imbalance got righted in the second wave, in the Delta wave, which pretty much spread very efficiently throughout and infected everybody almost to the same extent. But why is it that disease affects some populations more than other populations? This is very well known in the US, for example, where black populations, minority populations tend to have much more higher rates of disease than regular white populations, relatively affluent populations in the suburbs of cities of the US. So where do social factors play in with disease spread, and how does one understand that? And the complexities here is that, of course, India is divided in many complicated ways. We are divided by caste, we are divided by economics, we are divided by huge levels of income inequality here. How does all of that play into how one thinks about disease and how disease spreads? If you understood that a little better, you could target your interventions better. You could understand which is a segment of population which we should immunize on priority versus other populations, because you know that disease would tend to spread more fast in those populations. So overall, for the community, it makes sense to look at these specifically in advance if you had that kind of information. So what I've been doing here is working on a class of models called agent-based models. And this is an idea called BharatSim. The idea of BharatSim actually comes back even before I sort of physically left math science, which is to think about very large-scale computer simulations of agents. And an agent is a computer object that is basically represents each individual in a population. We can now think about realistic agent-based models because computers are now so much faster than they used to be 20 years ago. We can think about simulating 50 million to 100 million people. And it's called BharatSim because there was this vague idea that someday we might be able to do 1.3 billion people. But realistically, I mean, that doesn't really make sense. What we're more interested in is disease spread in communities and cities, at most it's states, which are somewhere between 70 million in a reasonably sized state, all the way up to about 230 million for about UP, for example, which is a large number. But here, so this is now available for people to download. The paper behind BharatSim is still currently being written and is being there, but you can now, anyone can download this and try it out on their own. So it's a computational model that simulates disease spread among agents. It's a framework, so it can be adapted to any different type of disease that you actually want to study. You can work all the way up to we've tested it up to about 50 million agents. You can potentially go up to 100 million agents in there. You can put in realistic geographies using a geographical information system. And then there's a lot of work that goes into understanding a synthetic population for agents. Now, when I say that, look, if I wanted to ask you for your personal data, that's something that is very personal and private to you, and you do not want that exposed to me in any way, nobody would. So then the question is, can you develop a description of the agents that is relevant for disease, but is in a sense statistically describes the entire population? It may not describe any single individual accurately, but it's a good statistical mix. If I ask what is the male to female ratio here, what is the distribution of family sizes, what is the distribution of incomes, what is the distribution of educational achievement, etc., that should come out of the synthetic population that I create out of these agents. So this is an extremely difficult problem because it really involves integrating a whole bunch of different surveys, the IGDS, the various types of medical surveys that exist, putting them together and then describing this whole complex of 1 million individuals in a way that really represents what the statistical properties of that population look like in real life. So there are 3 parts to this. One is the creation of the synthetic population. The second is the framework that enables you to do these large-scale computer simulations. And the third is the tool for visualizing the data that comes out of it. So you can do this at different scales. You can do the same thing that we did with the school reopening or the tests, etc. You can work at the level of communities. You can work at the level of districts. If you want to lock down a district locally, you can ask what are the implications of that. You can work with states and cities, and you can work even with countries where you can worry about migration in country, migration from outside the country, etc., etc. So here's some examples of Pune city, where you can study using BharatSim. This is a synthetic population constructed using the IHDS, the census of 2011, a little more modern data from the city about the census, coordinates for all the villages. So these are different parts of Pune that are marked together over here. And the colors here represent the change in the number of infected cases across day 0 to across day 41. The advantage with doing these models is that you can do very specific interventions. You can say, what happens if I shut down the city? What happens if I close public transport? What happens if I close all the schools? What happens if I open some schools in some areas, in some wards, but leave them closed in other wards? What happens if I cut major transportation links, for example, bridges between one part of the city and the other part of the city? By being able to work in this granular way that's very connected to an underlying geographical information system, you're able to make all of these micro-level planning changes and then ask which policy works better, which combination of policies actually works better. You can even tie this to economic decisions that if I belong to a low economic class, such that a lockdown, I will have to violate a lockdown in order to feed my family, feed my children, basically just survive from day to day. It allows for people who can break the constraints imposed by curfew or a lockdown in order to go out. It allows for essential workers who may potentially contract the disease and move around spreading it to other people. These are the things that you can do with models that are focused on individuals. But the price you pay, of course, is these become much more complex and difficult models, and you cannot write down equations for them anymore. You have to solve them on a computer. This is, again, Pune across multiple wards and one way of simulating it across 180 degrees. And there's a movie here for Mumbai which may or may not play. Yeah, okay, it does play. That's, again, the changes in the disease across these different wards of Mumbai. You can also look at questions of one variant followed by another variant. And this example on the top here, so this is for Pune with a population of about 3.2 million people in the area that we studied. So this is one variant coming in the beginning, and then a second variant over here. But now you can say that, look, suppose the first infection gave you some protection against the second one, and you can vary that level of protection between 20, 30, 40, 50%. This is what you would get in terms of the reinfections over here in the second wave of that disease. And you can do much more complex things than this. It's just an example for you. So what I've been emphasizing is that there are a variety of models with many different types. Models are tools to explore counterfactuals. Real life went along in one particular way, but you can say, had we done this or had we done that, what might the alternatives have been? And that's a good way of thinking about future epidemics or future pandemics of disease, because now you will understand how to explore different alternatives at different stages. Agent-based models, I think, are the most granular, the most detailed. It's hard to improve upon this particular approach to this. It also allows for people to modify their behavior. As you hear about cases in your neighborhood increasing, automatically you will tend to stay inside a little more, you will tend to mask up a little more. The nature of behavior modification is very hard to put into models. But that's something that one can do with this type of models as well. We need data from India, both clinical, epidemiological. I'll talk a little bit about that as I finish. And as I said, complex systems approaches, interdisciplinarity is all very core and fundamental to all of this that I described to you. The last point is that new types of models. Infectious disease modeling has been around for 250 years. Networks, the importance of networks has been understood probably for the last 30 to 40 years in these particular contexts. Agent-based models, relatively new. They first turned up in economics and social sciences and then began to be used they turned up in computer simulations that you use in making movies, for example. And now the importance for disease is being realized over the last 10 to 20 years. But are there better models? How does one think about these? Can one do all the operation of renormalization that you think of in quantum field theories? Is there an analog that's useful in thinking about how to take models, bootstrap models from the level of 20,000 to 100,000 to the very large numbers that you might actually want? What are the technical details that are there? And this is again something that people who think quantitatively and mathematically about questions like this, because finally these are questions about large numbers of interacting variables, which is really what statistical mechanics is all about. So are there new methods that we can introduce that are not natural at all to people trained in the conventional frameworks of public health that might be useful to questions such as this? We've been looking at these questions of social context with groups at AIMS, and again looking at a particular population in North India, a large group that AIMS studies. How do people interact across seasons? Are there more interactions during the wedding season versus summer versus winter versus political campaigns, etc.? Can we tease from this out of how, for example, influenza changes across different waves in these particular study populations? We can use this to improve our synthetic population models, make them more accurate, and supplement them with additional surveys on these areas that are actually known. And of course, clinical collaboration is something that's also very important. We work at Ashoka, we work with a bunch of clinical collaborators, including Max Hospitals, IGIB, etc., the Chern-Simons University of Health Sciences. Again, with this idea that we need to understand the Indian population and how disease spreads in the Indian population. And beyond a point, what we know about Western populations is really not relevant. Our genomics is different at a fundamental level. Even between North, South, East, and West, we are different at a fundamental level. Our microbiomes are different at a fundamental level. These are things that we need to understand about India before we can proceed to understanding about health in India. Here's one example of the complexity of thinking about this problem. So this is the INSACOG. INSACOG is this government organization that is a consortium of many laboratories that collects genomic data and tells you which variant of COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 currently. So right on this side is the most, on the right-hand side is the most current mix with BA 2.75, XBB, etc., etc. So now the questions about disease modeling in this population have now become much more intricate. Essentially, the sort of question that you want to ask is, if I contracted COVID-19 first in the first wave, then in the Delta wave with a mild way, and I got vaccinated, and this particular variant is there, what is my susceptibility to severe disease in that context? These now becomes much harder questions to answer, and of course even the data here are somewhat questionable because they finally a very limited sampling with a variety of COVID-19 cases that are in the country. But this is really all that we have to work on. And one part of it is just improving this level and quality of data. We've been looking in the past at how to connect individual level response that really comes from your genomics to how you might respond to, for example, a novel infection of influenza here. And as I said with COVID-19, the question is how do you connect prior exposure, hybrid immunity, etc., from a combination of vaccinations and an infection to clinical outcomes. And that's where this sensitive dependence upon numbers comes in. It's easier to do this with agents than with the other methods that I described. They just get very complicated. But philosophically, that's the sort of question that we now try to answer. We're trying to approach this. And as you can see, this is a very difficult job. So this is, I should thank a bunch of people here, and there are many names that I've already left out of here, but the group of people here, including the IMSc names, were people responsible for the incisive model. All of my work with the school reopening, with the testing, etc., was done with this group of people here, over here, including Sandeep Krishna, Philip Cherry, and Brian Wall, etc. Farina over here has a poster outside which describes our work on vaccinations and Omicron. All of the BharatSim was actually developed in collaboration with a computer company called ThoughtWorks, with Harshal Hayatnagarkar leading them. So it is really, if you need to write good code, you need to go to experts in writing good, efficient code. It's not something that we are necessarily trained to do very well. Debayan Gupta is a computer scientist at Ashoka who's been working on the synthetic population. And of course, AIMS, BMGF, Rajesh Sundaresan, etc., and this bunch of people here have all collaborated with us at various points. So let me that's all I really had to say, but let me just summarize my basic point. So as a theoretical physicist, trained as a theoretical physicist, I've come a long way. I began with models thinking about technical issues in how do vortex lines enter superconductors, how do muons interact with them, how does this turn up in an experiment, what is the vortex class, what is the peak effect, etc. But around, I guess, about 15 years ago, the whole question of what is it that theoretical physics can do for society, it became interesting to me and important to me. And really the shift towards thinking about health, biophysics, etc. is part of that general question. Where is it that we can help other sciences? Where is it that we can help thinking about a completely different set of issues? And still, I think there's a lot to do here. And I think this, to think about health is just one example of thinking about policy in general and using models to think about policy, computational models, analytic models, etc. And for people like you and me to be involved in issues and questions such as these are, I think, important for the future. We are still a small scientific community, all said and done in the country, but no one will solve our problems for us. We need to engage with them. We need to especially think about policy. That's again, it's not enough to write technical papers that no one will read, or maybe 5 friends will read and someone will cite because there is something of technical validity in there. But if you want to do something that's really impactful, you need to think about how your work impacts policy and how that policy will impact people in the long run. And I think people who think quantitatively are really required. They require the level of training, they require the level of actually doing the stuff that needs to be done in many of these questions. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much again to IMSc for this invitation to come back home, if I might say so. And it's wonderful to be here.
Thank you very much, Gautam. So it was a very interesting talk. And I thank you all for keeping in time and also for the audience. We'll break for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 11:40 for the next session.
Good morning and welcome back to our next session. It is my great honor to introduce Professor P.V. Sunil Kumar. He is a physicist. He's a professor at IIT Madras. He is the founding director of IIT Palakkad. And he's a luminary in his field. He's received several awards and accolades to testify to that, some of which is Professor M.V. Piley Award. He's a fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences and is also a fellow of Indian National Science Academy, among other things. So without further ado, I welcome you to start your talk.
Thank you, and nice to be back here in IMSc. So I'm thinking about what topic to present here. And I decided on this topic because this is a problem which I started here in IMSc when I was a postdoc here in 95, 97 time. Okay? And of course, I'm not going to tell you the whole history from 97 onwards, but I just tell you something which I'm doing recently in this area. So, so the problem which we were interested in from that time onwards is, actually, sorry, before I go that, this work which I'm presenting is done with my students, former students, T.V. Sachin Krishnan and Ramakrishnan, and my collaborator, John Ibsen, and long-term collaborators both, John Ibsen and Madan Rao. In fact, this was with Madan, with whom I started doing this kind of problems here in math science in 95. So the problem which we were interested is in understanding. So this is a cartoon of a cell here, and as you can see, there is many compartments inside this cell, and this is the outer plasma membrane, and then there is this, many compartments inside the cell. We call them organelles, right? And these organelles are also separated by a membrane, okay, a membrane, and also so is the cell itself, right? So there are plasma membrane, and then there are these organelle membranes, which is thing. And these organelles, if I take one of them here, the Golgi apparatus, one of the organelles, and you can see that they have very ramified compartments, and they have, but still they have a specific shape. So the shape of these organelles are actually highly conserved across various cell species. And when the cells divide, these organelles disappear, and then they reappear again in the daughter cells. So the question was that, like how they maintain their shape, how they first of all form, and how do they maintain, because they're also very dynamic. There are things going into the vesicle, into this compartments, like in the form of these transport vesicles, and there are things going out of it. Okay, so there are a lot of activity happening there. Things come in and things go out. Okay, but still they overall maintain a very, they're in shape, right? Okay, so that's a question which we were trying to answer. So are there what are the physical mechanisms that might be responsible or that can play a role in determining that? Okay, so we know that as I said, these membranes have a very complex composition, okay, and there are also, as I said, steady flux of material in and out of these compartments, okay. So these membranes do many things, okay. They host proteins and they compartmentalize the cell. They also host protein machinery for various jobs and the thing, okay, and then they also do a lot of sorting of proteins and things like that. So there is a very active system. Okay, so now the central issue here is to explain the morphology, and the chemical composition of organelles as a consequence of this network of forces and involved in the transport processes. Okay, that is something which we want to really address. Okay, so now molecular biology, as you know, is a very advanced field. Okay, and so a lot of information on what are the components which are involved, what are the players involved are already known, okay, that's available, and people can do very, very sophisticated experiments to knock out proteins and add proteins, etc., modify proteins, etc., to know, what is the effect of that. Okay, but what we still don't really understand is how do these elements, okay, which are responsible for maintaining certain things, actually do it, okay, and that is that is something which is we still don't have a good understanding of. Okay, and that is something which we were interested in looking at. Okay, so now the question, as I said, we want to understand how these organelles maintain their shape. So now, what do we know about that? We know that there are certain factors we know on which how the proteins, for example, are involved in these processes. Okay, and so some proteins can actually sit on this membrane, and if the protein has a particular shape, okay, or it can sit on this membrane and take a particular shape. Both are possible. Sometimes proteins do have a particular shape, and then they can force the membrane to adapt to it. Okay, or they can bind onto the membrane and undergo a shape change. Okay, and then that can change the shape of the membrane. Okay, or they can tether membranes to the cytoskeleton. Cytoskeleton is another set of protein network. Okay, a filamentous network which is inside the cell, which is like a scaffold of the, if you want to have an analogy. Okay, for a tent, scaffold for a tent kind of thing. So then you can have these organelles being tethered to those poles of the tent, and so that they can maintain a particular shape. But it's hard to imagine how such a thing would work when it has to also have to be dynamic, and it has to undergo all this transformation when when the cell is dividing, etc. Okay. Some proteins can then organelle shape by stabilizing the morphologies through assembly, right? That is, these proteins can, not individual proteins can assemble, okay, and then dock onto a membrane, and then it can do a shape change, okay. Or they can also, there can also be regulated fission fusion. That's something which I will talk about in a little detail if I have the full time for it. So regulated fission fusion of membrane can affect the organelle shape, and that is something, right? So okay, and now, so two questions which we want to actually look at in this talk, if I have full time to do it, is to address these two things. Is that regulated fission fusion of the membranes, how that affect the organelle shape, okay? And the next is curvature fluctuations due to protein binding and unbinding, how that can affect the shape. These are the two questions which I probably want to look at in this talk. Okay, so what we know is that just having a lipid membrane, okay, as I said, these membranes which are dividing the organelles, okay, or separating the organelles or the plasma membrane itself, it's a fluid membrane, okay, and made up mostly of lipids, and then there are proteins on it, okay. But what we know is that only a lipid membrane alone cannot give you such very high curvature shapes, okay. So that is something which we all, I think, they're kind of recognized today. Okay, so now the question is, how do I going to model, right? So this thing. So I'm going to talk to you about a computer simulation of these things, so with a model, okay, for a membrane, and that's the purpose of this talk. Okay, and that is so for that I want to model the membrane. So membrane, as I said, is a two-dimensional sheet, okay, embedded in 3D, right? So it's a fluid sheet. Okay, that's very important. It's a fluid sheet which is embedded in 3D, and so that is what I'm trying to show here. Okay, that is a lipid membrane, okay, and you can have a protein sitting on it, okay, and this is a fluid, which means there is no shear modulus, okay, things can diffuse freely inside the surface, and it is embedded in 3D. So the classical Hamiltonian which people use for this, the free energy people use, is actually this one is called the Helfrich-Hanham Hamiltonian, okay, and which has a term which is coming with the mean curvature of that surface, okay, being embedded in 3D as a 2D surface. The mean curvature is given by as a 1 over R2. Okay, and then there is a Gaussian curvature, which is possible, right? When there's Gaussian curvature given by that, and then there is a area change, surface tension, which controls the area change. So parameters here would be actually kappa, sigma, and this Gaussian modulus. Okay, and in the whole talk, which I'm going to talk about, I will not use this term because I assume that the topology of the whole the object I'm looking at remains spherical. Okay, and hence there is no change in the. This term does not contribute. That's an assumption, assuming that whatever I'm going to talk about is a uniform. These moduluses are kg and kappa or etc. are uniform across. Okay, so that is something. So I'll be talking about, and then you can take this model and then you can sophisticate it. That can have Helfrich Hamiltonian can be modified to include inclusions and have a nematic field, etc. on top of it, okay, orientational field, okay, and this orientational field can then give you very different shapes, etc., but I will not talk about that either here. Just to show you that this model can be then further expanded. But these are continuum models. And what I want to talk as the problem with working with these models is that you need to parameterize the surface to do anything, right? Now, parameterization of the surface is difficult when it doesn't have any particular symmetry. Okay, so it can do it for a spherical surface or for any axisymmetric shape. Okay, for a general shape like what I showed you in the organelle stake. Okay, it is very difficult to do it. So we switch to doing some simulations. Okay, I will come to that model. So before I go into the simulation model, let me tell you what I am trying to actually model here. Okay, there are three things which we want to model. Okay, one is that in a vesicle coming and fusing. Okay, this is what we call a vesicle. It's a spherical surface, a spherical object. Okay, and it can come and fuse. Okay, and when it fuses onto one leaf of the membrane, it can actually induce a change in the curvature. Okay, and similarly, this object can actually have a fission of a vesicle going out, and then it can go back to that. You can have a protein, which I'm showing a cartoon here. It can bind onto the surface, and it can take a particular shape, and then that can give a curvature here. And when this protein is unbound, it can go back to that. Okay, or it could think about another protein which is embedded into the membrane. Okay, and this protein, when it's, for example, an ion channel, when it is open, it can generate a curvature, and when it is closed, it can go back to that. So these are the fluctuations that you want to look at, this up and down going there, and they are all non-equilibrium processes, because these are all involved consumption of energy, a change of chemical energy into use of chemical energy to actually make these modifications. So these are all non-equilibrium processes. Okay. Okay. So let me first focus only on these two things. Okay, where there is no area change. I'm talking about some protein binding onto the surface and inducing a curvature, and similarly a embedded ion channel being active and inducing a curvature. Okay, or back and forth. Okay, so there is no change in the area of the system. Okay, so now the question is, now I'm going to model this. Okay, so I'm going to model this using the triangulated surface, and this is what I was saying about the connection to IMSc. This is where I started this particular triangulation model. I actually did this first when I was postdoc here. Okay, and this is the whole surface, now a 2D surface is now completely triangulated. Okay, now it's a fisherman's net. So first you start with the fisherman's net, and you say that now how do I remove the shear modulus in that, and for that I would need to remove these connections and then reconnect them all the time. Okay, so I have a dynamic triangulation. Okay, so I keep doing that by just flipping, taking a bond here. For example, I can take a bond here and then flip it to this direction, and I can keep doing this. Okay, and when I do that, I change the surface, the curvature. Okay, so it has to be accepted with the Boltzmann weight. Okay, so this is a thermal fluctuations. Okay, so a thermal fluctuation induced curvature change will come from this bond flipping and also from vertex move. Okay, both vertex move and bond flipping can give you that. You can also have things sitting on it. On these vertices can be decorated, and here I'm showing you a dark patch and a hashed patch. Okay, and now these things can then diffuse freely on the surface, and that is facilitated through a Kawasaki exchange move. Okay, you can actually exchange this, and again, a curvature change would be there depending upon is there a preferred curvature different from between these points and these points, etc. Okay, so you can assume this dark patches have something where the protein is sitting, and the hash patches have where there is no protein sitting. So the preferred curvature at this point would be different from this curvature. Okay, so then you can have some energy change as you flip these things also. Okay. Okay, and these points can also then interact. So you can have a two-component system where you can actually have these points interacting, and then you can incorporate that also into this model. Okay, so now, as I said, this could have a different preferred curvature from this, and that we denote by a term like this. Okay, this I call it the spontaneous curvature of that particular protein, or in the model with the decorated points. Okay, and then this phi can take +1 or -1 value depending upon whether it is dark or hashed. Okay, and then depending upon that, this curvature the preferred curvature could change. Okay, that's how we put it in the model. Okay, so that's what I said. Okay, and then you can have interaction between these points, and that is given by usual Ising-like term. Okay, that is what we have. Okay, so now with including all of that into the Helfrich Hamiltonian, and in a discrete version of that, you can write it like this. Okay, now H is the mean curvature at any vertex. Okay, and so this is the preferred curvature. okay, of the vertex depending upon the value of phi, okay, and this is the interaction between the inclusions, okay, and that is a volume, control of the volume, the whole, because it's a closed surface, and I control the volume with a delta pressure delta P. Okay, that's what we can have. Okay, so now, so this is the Hamiltonian which we are going to simulate, and remember that I know how to compute the curvature at any point, and I won't go to the details, but I can even compute the curvature tensor at every point given the triangulated surface. Okay, and but here we are using only the mean curvature. But if you want to put in the Gaussian curvature, it's possible to do it. Okay, so now, oh, sorry, there is something got shifted. Okay. Okay, now the DTMC here is dynamic triangulation Monte Carlo. Okay, now we have the, okay, I think that this I already explained, so you can do. Okay, now the point is that this phi I said can actually go from +1 to -1. Okay, and that is like a protein binding or unbinding. Okay, or a embedded protein opening and closing and doing a conformational change. Okay, now that I said is going to be a non-equilibrium process. So it's a rate. Okay, and that rate support as this. So plus going to minus is that rate, and minus going to plus is this rate. Okay, I will not have time to explain all the terms, but so you just, for the time being, you just assume that there is a particular rate at which things happen, and this happen in a non-equilibrium way. So it is, and you can show that the whole cycle is, you can go to a steady state and then et cetera, you can show, but I will not go to the details here. Okay, so now these transitions here actually create and destroy curvature, okay, and then in a non-equilibrium fashion, right? Okay, now this was published some time back. Okay, so now let's look at this case. Okay, now I'll just show you one or two movies, okay, of that. Okay, so this is parameters which I'm using here for the transition, etc. Okay, and then you can show that these red points are the points which actually create curvature, and I start with a spherical vesicle, and I have this transition which is happening, which is points come and go. These red points are the curvature-inducing points, and then so they fluctuate because they are there and then they go away. They are removed. Okay, and then you can see that they take a particular shape which is different from a spherical shape, and that's a steady state shape. And depending upon what is the value of the spontaneous curvature which I'm using here, this is 0.7 or 0.9, I can get different shapes. Okay, so we can generate a whole zoo of shapes in this process. Okay, and so that is, and then what you can show also that when these are steady state shapes, and you can show that when the activity is stopped. Okay. And then it can go back to a spherical surface, and you can see that this is a rate at which activity, and the activity stops, it can go back to a spherical shape, and it's quicker here. And what is the difference between these two are that here the red points don't interact with each other, here the red points do interact with each other. And when they interact with each other and then attractively, okay, so there should be actually a phase separation, but once you have the activity, that phase separation is suppressed. Okay, and that is another point which I wanted to show. Okay, so you saw that when you actually have the activity, it goes from a spherical shape to a different shape. Okay, and that you can actually kind of quantify by looking at the volume of the steady state object, or reduced volume with respect to the volume of the sphere. Okay, remember in this whole process, area is not changing. There is no change in the area. The area is constant. Okay, but the volume do change because the pressure we have put as 0, delta P is 0. So volume, we allow for volume change. And now this is the relative volume of the two, I think for different rates of activity, okay? Different rates of activity, and this is the equilibrium fluctuation which you see here, okay? And then you can see that as you have activity, okay, as a function of different values of this spontaneous curvature, the preferred curvature which it likes to have, okay, you have this transition to a different shapes, okay? So this is from a spherical shape. Now, the interesting point here was that, if you, now, as I said, it goes to a different shape, which is different from sphere, okay? Of course, there is now the volume is lower, okay? But then you can slowly jack up the pressure inside the vesicle, okay? And inflate it back, keeping the activity on, okay? You keep the activity on and the steady state, and you jack up the pressure inside, okay? And then it can go back to the spherical shape. And you can then measure that, what is the pressure required to give it back to to take it back to the spherical shape. And that is what's actually showing here, okay? You can actually, for different activities and different C0 values, this curve of the relative area, the volume, okay, as a function of pressure can actually be collapsed onto one single curve. Okay, you can get a data collapse, okay, and then this additional pressure which you added, okay, you can actually look at that, you can plot that as a function of these parameters, which is kappa is our bending constant, C0 is the spontaneous curvature, epsilon is the activity, and R is the radius of the vesicle which I started with, and we can see that they actually fall on one linear curve. Okay, so basically saying that there is an effective pressure which is coming from the fact that there is this fluctuation in the curvature which is induced non-equilibrium way. So that is what this non-equilibrium fluctuations are doing, actually inducing a pressure, okay, a negative pressure, and that allowing it to collapse. How much time do I have? Only 3 minutes, okay. Yeah, okay. So maybe, okay, just to do justice, I also wanted to just show you that our model can then be extended to include area fluctuation. And this is the one which we have done recently. So this has been troubling us for a long time. How to this shapes with triangulated surface with constant area was actually relatively easier to do. But we wanted to also have area fluctuation, because when you actually add a vesicle onto the surface, you actually change the area of the thing, or the local density, the projected density actually changes. Okay, and we wanted to introduce that into the model. Okay, and that is again this addition. So that we do now by actually adding a vertex, okay, or removing a vertex. So you can take a polygon like that, and then you can add a vertex, okay, or you can take a polygon like this and then remove a vertex and retriangulate the whole thing. Okay. So now this has to be done, and this triangulation and retriangulation of this thing as a function of as you add and remove vesicles into that. So adding and joining of a fusion of a vesicle or a fission of a vesicle is now modeled as a addition of a vertex or a removal of a vertex from the thing, and that's again done with a non-equilibrium rate. Okay, at this rate. Okay, so you can do that. And the other part of the Hamiltonian will remain the same, except that there is now an area. And there is a little bit of technical details of how you can do that. I will skip this, okay, in this part. Okay, just to say that now this our Hamiltonian is now this. Okay, so there is one extra term which comes in from the fact that now there is a density, projected density is now changing. Okay, otherwise the whole thing remains the same. Okay, so now so going to that, now I just wanted to show you that, again, this is some technical detail. I want to show you that what happens if I do this. Okay, so now I could have this preferred curvature to be as a one point which I want to point out is that earlier I showed you that there is an effective pressure which is coming in. Okay, as you add and remove the proteins, and that effective pressure is proportional to this spontaneous curvature square. Okay, so when you actually if the preferred curvature is negative or positive, the preferred mean curvature is negative or positive, it doesn't care. Okay, it's the same pressure which is induced. Okay, and when the moment you have area fluctuation, what you see that it becomes sensitive to the sign of the curvature. Okay, sign of the curvature which it has, and there is a reason for that. Okay, and that is one thing which I wanted to show you here is that when I add here. Okay, when I'm adding a vertex, I'm adding always from the outside of this vesicle. Okay, and then so what we're adding is always a positive curvature. So if the preferred curvature is also positive, then that vertex that added point will actually, the added object will actually sit there for some time and it diffuses very slowly, and slowly it will relax. So there is a relaxation time for that thing, and so there are many time scales here. One is the relaxation time of that thing curvature, and another is the relaxation of the diffusion time scale for this vertex to move. Okay, and then there is an activity time scale, at the time scale at which you add and remove, right? Okay, so now if I do a negative, if a preferred curvature of the added point is negative, then you can see that I added it here, okay, with the positive curvature added outside, because I'm adding from outside, so I'm always adding positive curvature. But then this vertex will immediately diffuse out. Okay, so the diffusion is faster, diffusion of the added protein or what object, which is faster if the preferred curvature is negative, and if it is it's slower if it's positive. Okay, so this is so now this makes a big difference, and what we see here is that so if I look at again the relative volume, okay, reduced volume. Okay, if I look at this, and you can see that this all the blue curves are here for negative curvature, and all the red points here are for the positive curvature, and you can see that they have completely opposite effect. For slow rate of activity, the negative curvature, slow rate, you have a deformed vesicle, okay, and it goes back to a full vesicle, okay, as you increase the activity. But for the positive curvature, it's exactly the opposite. Okay, the positive curvature it behaves similar to without area fluctuation, but with negative curvature, it moves differently. And the reason being that in one case, because when a high rate of activity, you tend to remove the points which are added, okay, because only the points, the red points which I showed you are the one which is getting removed. Okay, at a high rate of activity, you are doing addition and removal almost at the same points, and so the curvature fluctuation is similar, while for negative curvature, you are actually adding a positive curvature and removing a negative curvature. So that then that goes to two different things. And you can see that the shape changes here. I've shown you in the thing. Okay, so I think that is this is again showing a movie of the thing. This is for the positive curvature. Okay, as you increase the activity, and you can see that for low activity it is a sphere. Okay, as the activity goes up, it goes into a non-spherical shape. And yeah. So okay, so because I don't have much time, so I will probably skip that. You can see that it goes into this, and then similarly for here, it's low activity. It is this kind of cylindrical shape for negative curvatures. Okay, and as you increase the activity, it will come back to a spherical shape. Yeah, so I think that is all I wanted to say. Okay, so the main reason for this, which as we understand, is that the addition of material is from outside, so there is a symmetry breaking there in that sense. Okay, we are always adding a positive curvature, but then added point or added vertex or added protein has two different preferred curvature, as positive or negative, and that makes a big difference. Okay, and you can actually understand this using these three different time scales in the process. Okay, so I think with that I will just probably stop it here with my concluding points. I just wanted to say one more thing, is that actually we can also do you can take this spherical shape, okay, and do a linear stability analysis using the continuum model which I talked about earlier, okay, for density fluctuations also, for projected density fluctuation, and show that the spherical surface is actually unstable. That we could do. The difficulty is only that what we do as a continuum model and what we do as a discrete model for simulation, matching the parameters are difficult. Okay, because so that is the thing. So, but in the paper we actually present this density as this linear stability analysis also. So I'll stop it here, and then if there are any questions, I'll take it. Thank you. I hope.
We are well within time. So do we have any questions? Maybe one or two? Okay then, thank you so much. We'd like to give you a small memento. I just introduce you. So while Professor Saxena gets started, I'll just briefly introduce him. So unlike all other speakers in this very glittering gathering, I actually have vivid memory when our next speaker came into wide acclaim. So I was an undergraduate student, and he, along with his advisor and fellow student, Neeraj Kayal, had proven that for a given number, testing whether its prime is polynomially doable. So that was a momentous result, and since then he's gone on to show many more significant results which have had wide impact in our field. So to recognize him for all his efforts, he's been given several prizes and recognitions, among which some are Gödel Prize, Fulkerson Prize, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, and so on and so forth. So without further ado, with great excitement, I ask you to please start telling us about how to factor objects.
Yeah, thank you. So congratulations on finishing 60 years here. I've been visiting IMSc since I was a student, and it's great to be invited here to give this talk. So since this is a very diverse crowd, I'll try to present many things here which I have worked on, and in the most simplest way. I cannot promise that it will be jargon-free, because in my business it isn't possible to make it completely jargon-free, but I'll try. So I'll basically present some algebraic objects and questions, computational questions of factoring them into smaller pieces. So I'll start with what I call base cases. So these are the cases which will be used whenever you want to solve a problem of factorization for any mathematical object. So the first is, well, human beings first defined integers before they got to the level of math which we are used to, right? So integers, you want to factor them, and it is a very important problem. For at least 300 years, it has been called by name, and for thousands of years, people have given heuristics here and there. So the theorem that starts off factorization is integers can be factored uniquely into primes. Okay, so prime integers are basically those which do not have any interesting factor except 1 in itself. So for example, 1092 can be factored in this way. So 2 appears twice and 3, 7, 13 appear once. So the computational question immediately is, even before computer science was there, even before calculators were invented, this question has always existed that given n, do you want to find this unique factorization? Yeah, so I forgot to say that important thing is that these numbers here, the primes will be unique. Okay, so there is no other way to factor 1092 except this. So this unique thing you want to find. So the issue is that, I mean, you can just go over all the numbers from 1 to n and check which thing divides and not, because division is very easy. The problem is that once computers came into being, the numbers which are used are very big, right? So numbers actually are given in, the numbers are given in binary, which means that they are given as a sequence of zeros and ones. So if you are given, if say you fill a page, you fill this slide with zeros and ones, then if there are some 1,000 digits, you are basically representing a number which is something like 2 raised to 1,000. Okay, now 2 raised to 1,000, it's just so easy to fill the slide, but I guess even the number of fundamental particles in the universe is much, much smaller than 2 raised to 1,000, right? So you can represent very, very big numbers in very, very small space. And so you don't have enough seconds or milliseconds of whatever to actually do this in practice. Okay, you cannot really just count from 1 to 2 ... 2 raised to 1,000. So you have to be more sophisticated. So that is the question. So it's an interesting question. It's a very non-trivial question, and most importantly, it is still an open question. Okay, this is not known how to do this in a practical way. So what is best known is something like 2 raised to number of digits raised to 0.3. Okay, it's a weird complexity to start my slides with, but as I said, I mean, I cannot make it jargon free. So the thing is, you should compare this with the 2 raised to log n. Okay, so 2 raised to log n is just n, so that will be the brute force thing. You just count from 1 to n. So this is just marginally better than 2 raised to log n, because it is 2 raised to log n to the 1/3. Okay, so that is the best known. It will be great if you can do something in log n to the 10, for example. Okay, so your target, I mean, after this talk, you should go home and work hard and find an algorithm which runs in log n to the 10. Okay, that would solve an open question. And not only an open question, it will actually destroy your internet industry. Okay, so if you can find an algorithm which can factor in log n to the 10, so it's a minimum $6 trillion industry which you will be destroying. So you should work hard on that. Currently, it's an open question. So this algorithm is called the number field sieve. It has many variants. This is just, I think, the best heuristic based on the NFS, which is 2 raised to number of digits raised to 0.3. The idea is very simple. What they do is they try to find two squares whose difference is divisible by n. Okay, so they basically want to solve for x and y such that x square is equal to y square mod n. So mod n will appear many times in my talk. It just means that you divide and you get 0. Okay, so x square minus y square is divisible by n. Why is this helpful? This is helpful because x square minus y square, you know this basic identity that it factors as x minus y times x plus y. So if you have actual x and y, then the difference and the sum will most probably also give you a factor of n when you take GCD. X minus y will share some factor with n, and hence you can factor n. So all you have to do is you have to find solutions for this quadratic equation. Okay, this is what the number field sieve does. It goes to a number field, and then in the number field, it finds these solutions x and y. So you have to go beyond integers for this. So you want to factor number integer, but the solution actually goes via more complicated constructions over integers, which are called number fields. Yeah, so the first algorithm was given by Eratosthenes, which is from, I think, 300 BC, which was just go from 1 to square root n and try everything. And from there, we have come to number field sieve, and everything else is an open question. So then it is fair to say, since after 2,000 years of work, you haven't found even a heuristic which works in practice. So this problem is potentially a hard problem. So based on the hardness of this, all the internet crypto systems are designed. So whenever you are using HTTPS, you are connecting to your bank, or you are using WhatsApp or Facebook, whatever, the encryption uses the hardness of this problem. Okay, so if you can do this as a homework, then you destroy all this illusion of security in the world. So yeah, so RSA, HTTPS, SSH, SFTP, key exchange, which is Diffie-Hellman protocol, and everything depends on this. By the way, since quantum was mentioned today, if there are quantum computers, then this problem can be solved. Okay, so it's a theorem that quantum computers can factor integers very fast. Okay, so which is why people are investing in in building actual physical quantum computers. But that is also far away in the future. So for now, this is being considered hard. And so it is being used in security protocols. If you have any questions, I would encourage you to ask in the middle. I don't have a big syllabus to finish. I can stop anywhere. So feel free to interrupt me. Okay, so the next thing is, once you have understood integers, then you will want to study functions on integers. So basically maps that take integers to integers, but in the nicest way possible. So those are called univariate polynomials, and you can actually just view them as functions from integers to integers. So you will be now given those functions, like this function, the polynomial f of x. It has integral coefficients. So let me go to the example. So for example, you have this function which you can think of x as an arbitrary integer, and the answer will be this. You multiply x 5 times, so x to the 5, then you subtract the product of x 4 times, so it's x to the 4, then minus 4x squared plus x minus 2, right? So this is an integral function, but it's not just a function, it's something very special which we call in algebra polynomial, and you can say that this is given in the input. Can I factor it? So again, from the experience of integers, you can prove that polynomials also factor uniquely into irreducible polynomials, which are like prime in this category. So as an example, you can actually find factors of this. I forgot what example I wanted to give. I think the x equal to 2 is a root of this. So if you substitute x2, then you will get 0 here. So in particular, x minus 2 divides this, and in fact, it's a root. The problem is that if you are given an arbitrary polynomial, there is no formula for roots. Okay, maybe you have seen formulas for quadratic equations, for cubic equations, for degree 4 equations. But starting with degree 5 polynomial, there is no formula or no equation, like a closed form expression for the roots. So when you are given an arbitrary input of degree 5, you cannot even find roots, forget about finding factors, because factors may not correspond to roots, integral roots, right? So mathematically, this seems difficult. And even checking whether there is a factor or there is a root, even those questions seem mathematically difficult. But interestingly, for this, there are very fast algorithms. Okay, because of these three mathematicians and computer scientists. So brother Lenstra and Loash, they found an algorithm which solved this problem completely. So it's actually a deterministic polynomial time algorithm to factor integral polynomials. And hence, it can also find roots, integral roots. And it is also fast in practice. So what it does is that the idea is instead of finding integral root or integral factor, you factor it in simpler mathematical objects. Nowadays, it may not be clear to many of you why it will be simpler, because I have not discussed it. But you basically, instead of looking at 4 and 2, you can look at its remainders modulo 2 or modulo 3 or modulo 5. So don't look at the exact integer, but look at some approximation. So this approximation is by division. So you look at the remainders, for example, modulo 2, then 4, then 16, and so on, 256, and so on. So we are moving very fast. So these approximants are getting bigger and bigger as you move forward. But it is still an approximation, because just by looking modulo some number, you may get a factor or you may get a root, but it may not be an actual integral root. But anyways, you do this as a first step. So L cube starts with this, and yeah, I have not told how will you do this fast in a practical way, but it can be done. This was already known before this L cube algorithm. So you find those factors, you make them precise as you are moving forward with the approximation, and then at some point you say that I have enough approximation, and you lift it to an actual factor. Okay, so that is called lifting to integral factor, and there something new was invented. A new theorem was discovered by L cube, which makes this precise, and it uses lattice theory. And this is this lattice method which they invented. It is also useful in post-quantum crypto systems. So once quantum computers are there, you cannot use, for example, the first slide. That problem will be solved. So that is not hard anymore. So you will need some other hard problem. So that other hard problem is given by the method which L cube invented. Yeah, any questions till now? So this completely solves and creates, completely solves the base case of univariate polynomials over integers, and it gives a theory which is helpful in giving other hard problems, other hard crypto systems. So from here we move to finite fields. So now basically, we will now look at this thing which I was saying that, okay, can I find factors mod 2? Can I find factors mod 4 and so on? And in general, can I find factors modulo a prime? Okay, we are now interested in that question. So this comes from Galois. So we call these special fields Galois fields. So I will denote it by GFP raised to E. What this means is it is something like the set of integers, but but even more discrete and finite. Okay, so it is something which we can use in computers, because computers really cannot work with infinite objects. They can only work with finite objects. So for example, in a computer, you cannot truly store e or pi or log of 2 or even square root 2, right? So you just pretend that a computer is working with square root 2, but actually you cannot store it because square root 2 is an infinite, it requires infinite information. So in computers, you need methods which are, again, some kind of approximation, and in particular, it should be finite. It should be a small representation. So finite fields or Galois fields are great for that. So it will be a mathematical object which will only have p raised to e many elements. In fact, for this slide, you can just think of e equal to 1. So it will have p many elements where p is a prime, and it will afford all the arithmetic, which is that you can add 2 elements, you can multiply 2 elements, you can take minus of an element, you can divide an element. Okay? So that's a Galois field, and you are given now functions over this. So you are given a univariate polynomial. Again, f of x. X is indeterminate, so it can take any value from the finite field. And I'm assuming here e to be 1, so this is just GFP, p elements. So you can think of p as any prime. Let's say 17. And over that, you have the polynomial. Okay, you can again think of fx as the degree 5 like before. A question is that you want to find factors. Okay, so factorization question over finite fields for univariate polynomials. So as an example, what is the factor of x square minus 2 mod 7? In other words, what is the square root of 2 mod 7? Right, so you can just verify that square root of 2 is 3. Okay, because 3 square is the same as 2. In this weird arithmetic, it's not, I mean, this is obviously false in integers or reals, but this is true in this weird word or Galois field GF7. And again, you can ask whether, whether such a thing even exists. You can ask whether the polynomial that is given to you, is it irreducible, will it have a root, and so on. So these questions are non-trivial questions. And again, the same thing, if you want to do this by first principles, then these will be very slow algorithms, because your polynomials may be very big, and your field may be even bigger. Right? So the number of possibilities in the whole space is minimum exponential. So you cannot really just try to find it by this definition of factors or by the definition of finite field. That will be too big. So for example, if you are working with 100 degree polynomial over a field which is of size around 100, then the number of polynomials of degree 100 with coefficients 0 to 99 is again something like 100 to the 100, right? And in practice, P can be much, much bigger. So these are actually things which are practically used. So the space of everything is actually very large. So you have to give a non-trivial method. It is very large, but still finite. In the previous slide, we were working over integers. So there actually the space was infinite. So we previously solved a question which was actually in infinite space. Now the space is finite, but still it's a very big space. You cannot go just one by one, because that again will be much more than the age of the universe, 100 times. Right? So those things are completely useless. It's basically an impossibility. So what do you do here? So Berlekamp and Catastrophe, they gave fast algorithms They are very clever algorithms, and they are very short, so they are very practical. So these are the algorithms of choice for factorization over finite fields. And what they use is, which is why the photograph, they use Galois automorphisms of finite fields. Finite fields have amazing properties, which is they have amazing symmetry group. So that symmetry group is used. It's something very practical as well. So in just one line, I mean, if it makes sense to you, otherwise you can ignore it. What is done is that essentially you take your input polynomial and you compute its GCD, which means this greatest common divisor, or a polynomial G which divides both f and the second thing. You find that, I should have said how that is found because it's an interesting algorithm. It's possibly the first algorithm in math which was invented. It is present in the book of Euclid Elements, which was written some 2,000 years ago. So that gives the Euclid's GCD algorithms, and it happens to be a very fast algorithm. It's an extremely fast algorithm. So that algorithm is used to compute a common factor, the greatest common factor of fx with x to the p minus x. And then you can try that again. If you fail, you try that again with x to the p squared minus x. If you fail, you try that with x to the p cube minus x. These polynomials, they have very high degree, but there are tricks to make this efficient. So, but the basic idea, the starting point is this: you compute GCD of f with these things. These are the symmetries of the finite field which I was talking about. There is this Galois automorphism, and it has very nice relation with all the finite fields above fp, GFP. So it has amazing symmetry, so that symmetry is being utilized here. And then there is Euclid's algorithm, which you will do. And there is a theorem, or there is a proof that this will work fine. Okay, so mathematically it is beautiful, and practically it works very fast. And this is not just a thought experiment, it is being used all the time. In fact, if these things were not there, then computers will not come into being, because computers always are making mistakes. Especially when you store information, or when you are communicating by a physical wire or by air, there are always bits being flipped because of errors. I mean, any physical system will introduce automatic errors. So if you are sending a long string, and even one bit in the string gets lost or switched, for example, your password, right? If you are sending your password, even if a single bit gets changed, then it's useless. So you have to design a system so that, let's say, up to 10% of your bits may get flipped, and still your password will make sense. It will be recovered, right? So those things are all algebraic solutions, and that is where such tricks, and especially finite fields, are used. So yeah, that solves this problem and makes it practical. Next is something slightly more abstract than these Galois fields. These are called Galois rings. So let's see a simple cartoon. So this is the Galois field with two elements. It has only 0 and 1. And it comes with all the arithmetic. So you can add elements, you can multiply elements, you can divide, and so on. Okay, so this is the GF2 field, and there are fields, infinitely many fields that sit above GF2. So for example, GF2 raised to e is there. It has 2 raised to e elements, but it shares something with GF2, which is that 1 plus 1 is 0. Okay, when you add something twice, it's 0 in this object, but it has many more elements. Okay, it has 2 raised to e elements, and e can be taken anything. There are infinitely many examples. So now, what you want is, can you do the same thing with, for example, mod 4? Okay, instead of mod 2, can you do the same thing mod 4? So there, if you add 4 things, it should vanish. Okay, so I mean, adding 2 things will not vanish, adding 3 things will not vanish, but adding 4 things will vanish. So that is the ring Z mod 4. So is there an analog of this thing? Is there a field which sits above Z mod 4? Now you can show that a field is impossible. So you have to lower your ambitions. And then when you lower your ambitions, you get a precise object, which is called the Galois ring. Okay, so there is actually a Galois ring, an object, which sits above Z mod 4. It has elements 4 raised to E. And in it, if you add any 4 elements, it will vanish. Okay, 4 will be an annihilator. And there are these nice maps here. So for example, Z mod 4, any element, if you look mod 2, then it will come back to the Galois field. And here in GR 4 to the any element, if you take mod 2, then you will go back to the Galois field, which is bigger. So it's a commutative diagram. So this red thing, GR 4 to the E, if you are given a polynomial over that, can you factor it? In particular, if I give you a polynomial mod 4, can you factor it? Okay, so it's not Galois field, it's something more complicated and slightly more abstract. So that's the question now. You are given a polynomial f of x with coefficients coming from the Galois ring of suitable size and dimension. And the question is, can you factor it? So simply an example is, again, you take x square minus 2 in the input. Input you are given x square minus 2, and you have to factor it mod 49. Okay, instead of mod 7, you now have to factor it mod 49. The arithmetic completely changes. Now it could happen that x square minus 2 is irreducible. There is no root, or there may be a root, or there may be many roots. There may not be just one root. Okay, everything here changes because it's a different mathematical object altogether. So, but here you can check that square root of 2 modulo 49 is 10. Okay, because 10 square minus 2 is divisible by 49. And so again, you can ask these questions: is there a root, is there a factor, or is there none? Right? So the question of irreducibility testing. Again, if you go by first principles, it will be very slow. So this problem is currently an open question. We don't know anything better than first principles, which is exponential time. We have some results, but these are intermediate results. We can do this up to k equal to 4, which is mod p raised to 4. And again, we do this in this approximate fashion. We first factor mod p, then we factor mod p square, then mod p cube, then mod p4. We try to look for connections as we make it more precise. But we can do this correctly only up to p raised to 4. For p raised to 5, we don't have a solution. So technically, it's an open question. Why is this the case? Because what the hard case is that there are examples which will look the same mod p. So for example, this polynomial x square minus p is just x square mod p. And this polynomial x square minus px is again just x square mod p. So the difference is actually the part which is divisible by p. So that part in the first example is just 1. I mean, it is p multiplied by 1. In the second part, it is p multiplied by x. Okay, so there is a small change happening in the lower order terms. But because of that, the behavior completely changes. So for example, x square minus px mod p square has a root. I mean, obviously, x equal to 0 is a root. But in this case, you can show that there is no root. In fact, it is irreducible. X square minus p, you cannot factor mod p square, although you can factor it mod p. Okay, so the arithmetic has completely changed. And so you have to go deeper into the algebra and find algorithms. How much time do you have? Oh, just 2 minutes. Okay, so that is 1/4 of my talk. I think I did not do too bad. I have done worse. Okay, so then I move to univariate questions over p-adics. So this is Hensel. He invented an extension of this mod p square, mod p cube. he took it all the way to infinity, so p raised to infinity. Okay, so you store this infinite information, and what you get is that you get a new kind of real numbers. Okay, so this is a number system which is in a way completely opposite to the reals. Okay, so in reals, the numbers, I think I have to show that through a picture, but let me first go through the definition. So the elements in this mathematical object ZP, we'll call it, the p-adics, they are actually infinite sums. Okay, so you will always see 1, then p square, p cube, p4, dot p raised to infinity. And then the coefficients here, you can put anything. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here is just an example. You can put any integers there. So these are your elements. And over these infinite series, you can now do addition and multiplication, and you will again get an infinite series of the same type. So that is the set ZP. It has its own arithmetic, which is very different from what we are used to. And we call these p-adic integers. So these are new kind of integers. And the question is, again, given a polynomial, so basically functions from p-adic integers to p-adic integers, written as in the compact form, which is this polynomial. You want to find roots, or you want to find factors, or you want to check whether they are irreducible. So what happens to x square minus 2 in 7-adic? Right? So you have seen mod 7, there is a number, mod 7 square, there is a number, and so on. So you can collect all those numbers. So mod 7, you got square root 2 to be 3, mod 7 square, you got it to be 10, and mod 7 cube, you will get it to be 2 times 49, so 98 plus 7 plus 3. So you will get this, and so on. So you can keep doing this. Every time there will be an answer, so you will get an infinite series. Okay, so now square root 2 is actually, you don't have to stop mod 7. You can go on mod 7 square, 7 cube, and so on, till 7 to the infinity. And all these answers are stored here. So now square root 2 looks very much like the square root 2 you are used to in reals. Okay, but this is, so you may want to compare this with base 10, right? So the square root 2 in base 10 has a certain infinite representation, and square root 2 in base 7 has a certain representation. Take it as a homework exercise whether there is any meaningful comparison. So my claim is that there is none. This is a very different word because it's very, this is very discrete. So you are actually taking remainders, mod 7 square. So 10-adic, for example, and base 10, they are very different. Okay, so yeah, this is the picture I wanted to show. What happens in 7-adic, the geometry is as follows. So in reals, you are used to thinking that 1 is small, 2 is bigger, 4 is bigger, 8 is bigger, and 16 is bigger. But in 2-adic, it's the opposite. Okay, so in 2-adics, the bigger power of 2 you take, the closer to 0 you are. Okay, so it's an inverted word. So this is called the 7-adic topological space. So, for example, this 10-adic versus base 10, the geometry is very different. So you, the bigger power of 2, for example, here you will take, so 32 will be closer to 0, and in reals, 32 will be further away from 0 compared to 16. Okay, so it's an inverted word, and then here again you have the same questions about factorization of polynomials. And surprisingly, there is a fast algorithm due to Chistov, Cantor, Gordon. And it goes via something called the Newton polytope, coupled with the p-adic metric. So the 7-adic metric, or the 2-adic metric, for example, is that higher power of 2 is thought to be closer to 0. Now, why is that? If you are confused about this, you have to think about the very first line. So here, this infinite series will make sense only when there is a notion of convergence, right? Otherwise, you know that there will be divergence issues. There will be no single object which will be the answer of this sum. So to get mathematically a well-formed object, which is where this infinite sequence is tending to, the only way is you say that the things which are coming after are smaller. Okay, so p raised to 4 is smaller than p cube is smaller than p square is smaller than p. So with that understanding, you will see that the infinite series makes sense. There is a unique object, unique limit, and so on. So you can do infinite sums now. So that's the p-adic metric. So those things are used in the factorization, p-adic factorization of polynomials. And the base case of this is mod p, of course. So mod p factorization is also used, but then it's very non-trivial to lift a mod p factor to mod p square because it may not lift, as we have seen in examples. So is the time up now? Okay. So if you have any questions, you can ask. Maybe I should just show you what you are missing because of these arbitrary time bounds. Okay, so the open questions are, so we don't know how to factor integers practically. We don't know how to factor polynomials mod p raised to k, where k is bigger than 1. So also p square, p cube is interesting. But the open question starts from p raised to 5. So those were the base cases. I wanted to show you also the cases that come above the base case, which is the case of bivariate polynomials, right? So instead of univariate, now you have 2 variables, or you may have 3 variables, or you may have in general n variables. So for that, there are many representations that we have invented. I mean, meaning in algebraic complexity area, we have invented many representations for multivariate polynomials. So input will be in that multivariate polynomial representation, and you want an output in the same representation. Okay. So factorization in those models. So those are the open questions. Okay, thanks.
Let's thank the speaker, and as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to give you a small memento. So the next speaker is really special because she is really a homegrown talent. She did her, Sudeshna did her bachelor's in CMI and then went on to do her PhD in IMSc. After that, she did a couple of postdoc stints, and then she joined IIT Kharagpur a few years ago. She works in geometry, and today she'll tell us about Euclidean Steiner trees and rectilinear Steiner trees and so on and so forth. So, thank you.
Thanks, Sushmita. It's great to be back in IMSc, and just like Professor Kumar was saying, this is also a problem that I started on working with Saket when I was in IMSc. Very simple statements. Let me get into the problem. So what is a Euclidean Steiner tree problem? As input, you are given a set of n points in the two-dimensional plane, which is also called the Euclidean plane. And a very natural question to ask is, what can be the minimum length of a network connecting all input points? And when I say network, you can think of it as line segments that can be used to connect these n points, the set of n points. Now, a simple observation for everybody is that if I am asking for a network and I'm also wanting to minimize the length, then I would like, it's quite obvious that you shouldn't be having a cycle over there, because I can always break a cycle and still maintain connectivity and cheapen my, the cost of the length of the network. So we expect the network, this network, the minimum length network, to be a tree, and that's where, that's where the name Steiner tree comes. This minimum length network for this problem is called a Steiner tree, the Euclidean Steiner tree. Now, just a backstory. So, for most of the time that I have known of this problem, I thought this is called a Steiner tree because it was probably the problem was introduced by Jacob Steiner. But actually, it's not true. Actually, one of my students recently told me Jacob Steiner has nothing to do with this problem. This is a misnomer. Actually, Gauss was the person who introduced the problem in this form. Even before that, in the 17th century, I think Fermat was the first person who introduced the problem. The problem was much simpler at that point, where you have 3 points in the two-dimensional space, and you want to find out what is the best way of connecting these 3 points. A very mathematical question, and I mean, I'm sure most of you can also think of applications for these questions. Okay, so, and also there are many related, many famous mathematicians related to this problem. For Fermat's problem, Torricelli was the person who solved it, and after that, I think Jarnik and one more person, I don't remember his name, they solved the cases for when n is less than equal to 5. So very small steps were taken in order to solve this problem. So in spite of all these huge names, not a lot of progress was made. I think Jarnik's result came in the first half of the 20th century. Okay, so let's look at the problem itself. If I was given 2 points, it's quite clear that just connecting it with the line segment between the 2 points is the best way we can connect it under the Euclidean metric. So what happens if I have more than 2 points? One natural question is, should I just take the line segments connecting all possible pairs of points of my input, consider the weight of each edge or each line segment to be equal to the distance of that line segment, and then try and see what is the best way of connecting amongst these line segments? Is this going to be, does this at least contain an optimal solution? And for those who are familiar with graphs, this would just mean you have a complete weighted graph and you want to find a minimum spanning tree, something which we understand very well and obviously polynomial time solvable. But as it happens, that's not true. So once we go higher than 2 points, everything goes haywire. So this is what Torricelli solved, and that's why this extra point that is required is called a Torricelli point. So what he showed is, when I have 3 input points in such a manner that all these internal angles are more than 120 degrees, then I have, in order to get the minimum length network, I have to introduce a non-input point. So this is the mystery point that suddenly turns up, which we do not know of in the input, but we have to find out. So using geometry, Euclidean geometry, Torricelli proved that this is the best way. And this point, how do we get, what is this point? So basically on each of these edges, on each of these line segments, you draw a Euclidean, draw an equilateral triangle for each of them. Then you take the circle that circumscribes these equilateral triangles. These circles will intersect at a particular point. This is the Torricelli point. And when I connect the Torricelli point to each of these input points, that is the best network that is possible for 3 points. So again, can we think of, so we know that for 3 points, there is a solution like this. So can we decompose the input set of points into sets of 3 points and then connect them, and maybe some more connections between input set of points? Because this point is no longer a mystery. We know how to find this. But even that's not true. So as soon as we go to 4 points, then there may be more than one mystery points, which are not input points. So again, this was shown by Yarnik and I think his name is Kostler, Yarnik and Kostler, where you have to introduce at least 2 Steiner points. These red points are, these mystery points are what I will be calling Steiner points. You have to introduce at least 2 Steiner points to get to the best network, the minimum length network connecting 4 points. Okay, so, so again, these are Steiner trees, and there is one more, I mean, you can have some more constraints on Steiner trees, which are also called full Steiner trees. Let me explain the difference between the two. So in Steiner trees, it is possible that some of the input points are also internal points of the tree that I'm trying to connect. So, but I may also require, I may have as constraints in my question that I want all the input points to be leaves of this network. I don't want any of the input points to be internal points of this network. And so on the same set of points, you will have 2 different solutions, minimum solutions for the 2 different problems. But one thing to notice about what is the relation between Steiner trees and full Steiner trees, you have a unique decomposition of a Steiner tree into full Steiner subtrees. So for example, if you look at this, there is, if you look at this, the lower diagram, then you have an extra Steiner point, and if you just break at all the internal input points that were used for the connections, then you will have much smaller subtrees where all the input points are still leaves of those trees. Okay, so how are these useful? The Steiner trees, full Steiner trees, and full Steiner decompositions. Here comes the next properties which will clarify this. So the Steiner points have certain properties. These were proven as the years went by. So the first thing was that each Steiner point can have degree exactly 3. And the angle between consecutive edges at the Steiner point is exactly 120 degrees. Okay, so once I have the fact that each Steiner point can be of degree exactly 3, then I know that these Steiner points, if I look at a tree as a graph, if I look at the tree as a graph, then I have all these n points that are given as input, and these unknown points I know are of, can be at most n in number. So why do I know that they are at most n minus 1 in number? Because they are of degree at least 3. So if I do some simple graph theory and try to see how many vertices of degree at least 3 can be in a graph where the number of leaves is at most n, then I find out that the number of Steiner points can be at most n minus 1 if n is the number of input points. Similarly, if I look at full Steiner tree, then the number of Steiner points will be exactly n minus 1. So now that I know this, now I use a few more combinatorial tools, and I know that I can, if I just look at the topologies, the possible topologies, some of the vertices in these trees will be the input points, will correspond to the input points, and the others will be these variable points which I am calling Steiner points. If I look at the topologies, the number of topologies is again bounded by a large value, maybe some f of n value, which is exponential. But one possible algorithmic scheme for this could be that I list out all the possible Steiner topologies, and then for each such topology, I try to get a realization on the Euclidean plane. So I have certain, I have the positions of the input points, and I try to realize how can I place these variable points such that that forms a realization of this topology or the tree, the abstract tree that I have. And another route is you look at a Steiner topology, you know that each Steiner topology has a unique decomposition into full Steiner topologies. So you look at all possible full Steiner subtopologies. Instead of looking at all possible Steiner topologies, which will be much larger in number, you look at all possible full Steiner topologies, full Steiner subtopologies, try to realize each such subtopology, and then try to put them together to form a Steiner tree, a minimum Steiner tree for the set of input points. So even this is not that great because the number of full Steiner topologies on an n point input can be as much as 2 to the n log n. So let's come to the known results for the Euclidean Steiner tree problem. So it's a very hard problem. It's NP hard even when the input points are in convex position. So this was shown by Rubinstein et al. That even when you put the points in convex position, you can think of it if the points are something similar to a regular polygon. I'll come to what convex position is later on, but this is a much simpler version of just having n points given to you, and even then it is NP hard. There is some ray of hope because of Melzak's algorithm, which says that if you give me a full Steiner topology, then in linear time I will be able to find a best realization for that topology. But even when I use Melzak's topology as a subroutine, I get killed by the number of full Steiner topologies there can be, the possible combinations of these decompositions, and I end up with, so far the best known running time for the general case is 2 to the order n log n, which is still much worse than even a single exponential algorithm like 2 to the n. Okay, but there are some polynomial cases as well, very few, but still there are. So if my points are appearing as corners of a regular polygon, suppose my input points were such that they are corners of a regular polygon, then this problem is well solved. So up to n equal to 5, there will be some disparities, but after that, from n equal to 6, n greater than equal to 6, basically Coquin showed that a spanning tree, so if I just consider the regular polygon as my graph, a spanning tree is equal to a Steiner tree. Also, if you, let's look at another case. You take the input points to be corners of the regular polygon, but you also take the center of that regular polygon as part of your input. So your input points are corners as well as the center. So again, up to 5, there will be some disparities, and then actually up to n equal to 13, there are some, you have to do some case analysis, and after n equal to 13, there is a specific pattern in which these Steiner trees will appear. Obviously not the same as spanning trees, but this is all well solved. So then with 2 of my students, they are actually BTech students, but they were very interested in computational geometry. So we wanted to ask the following 2 questions related to previous results. So what if we could get better algorithms for NP hard cases? So we put more constraints on our problems, on our inputs, and we see whether we can improve the running time. So suppose I give you n input points that are in convex position, what I was referring to earlier. So which means that if you take any 2, if you look at a convex region, the minimum convex region that contains all the input points, if you look at the interior region of this minimum convex region, there will be no input points. All the input points lie on the boundary of this region. So that's what I mean by the input points being in convex position. So given n input points that are in convex position, the question is, can we get a single exponential algorithm now with this added constraint on the inputs? And on the polynomial side, it's natural, since we already have some results for regular polygons and regular polygons with centers, it's natural to ask what happens if I have 2 regular concentric n-gons, and let's say the inner n-gon has length 1, side length 1, and the outer one has side length lambda. So what happens, is this polynomial time solvable? Maybe we will have to assume something on lambda. And this is what we got. Actually, for for the hard cases, we saw that we did a little bit better. So you give me n input points such that, so you look at the convex region that, the minimum convex region that encloses these n input points, and at most small o of n many points. By small o of n, you can think of this to be log n points or root n points, something like this. So at most small o of n many points lie in the interior of this region. Okay, so you have most of the points lying on the boundary of this region, only a few, like some function of points. This function will be tending to 0, so this function by n will be tending to 0 as n grows larger. This is what I mean by small o of n. So much fewer points lie in the interior of this region. So when this happens, then a minimum Steiner tree can be obtained in 2 to the order n time. So we get a single exponential algorithm. And for the polynomial cases, it's a little bit, there are a few more words to be explained. So look at this lambda. So the first assumption that we have is, let the ratio between the smaller polygon and the larger, the side lengths of the smaller polygon and the larger polygon be lambda. So if you refer to the previous diagram, you can just think of the smaller polygon having length 1 and the larger polygon having side length lambda. So if lambda is greater than this fraction, then for n at least 13, so n greater than 12, this case is solvable, and this is the schematic diagram of the solution. And of course, what happens when n is less than equal to 12? This is some constant case, so we'll assume that it is polynomial. Now, what is this? So this is very technical, and we spent a lot of time to find out how to show that a particular solution is.
Check, hello, check. Check, hello. Check, hello. Check, hello.
Should I? Is that okay? Okay. So so it took some time to prove how this is the best Steiner tree that is possible for this for this configuration. So let's look at what this. Let's call the right hand side to be lambda 1. Let's look at what lambda 1 looks like for as n grows. So what we saw is this lambda 1 for 13 is quite large, the ratio between the inner polygon and the outer polygon. But as we grow, as n grows, then it tends quickly towards 1. So which means that as n grows, most cases of the ratio between the outer edge and the inner edge almost becomes equal to 1. So most cases will give you a solution which looks exactly like this. Okay, so now I come to, so how am I doing for time?
Operators ready, yeah?
Okay. Okay, so now I come to the second part, which is rectilinear Steiner trees. So I assumed in the first part of the talk for Euclidean Steiner trees, I assumed that the distance metric is Euclidean metric, which means if I look at 2 points, let's say x1, y1 and x2, y2 are the coordinates of these 2 points, then the distance between them will just be x1 minus x2 square plus y1 minus y2 whole square root over the whole thing. So now we can also ask the same question but change the metric that we are working with. So the rectilinear metric is just, the distance will be measured as x1 minus x2, absolute value of x1 minus x2 plus absolute value of y1 minus y2. So this is also known as the taxi cab distance or the Manhattan distance and so on. So again, we are in the rectilinear Steiner tree problem, we are given n points as input, and the objective is to find a minimum network connecting these n points. But now the minimization of the length will be according to the new distance metric, which is the taxicab distance or the Manhattan distance. And another variant that is interesting for rectilinear Steiner tree is when you are given, let's say, an infinite integral grid, and the input points all come from, all appear on the integral grid, and you also have to restrict your solution to the integral grid. So this variant of the problem is actually interesting for the VLSI community. I will explain why. So in the VLSI community, when we are in the step of physical design of the integral chip, then already certain components have been placed. So these are fixed, these positions are fixed already. Mostly they will be some rectangular shapes, and on these shapes there will be certain active points called pins, and these pins will have to be connected to, a set of pins will have to be connected amongst each other with the objective of having to send a common signal to each other. And there might be more than one set of such pins. So now if I, in an integrated chip, we know that you cannot have a path like this. You have to have it in a certain way. So the fabrication is such that you have to follow integral paths in order to do this routing. So now automatically this, if I just look at one such set, we can think of the pins as vertices on the integral grid, and I mean correcting this in the cheapest way possible is the objective, because we want to minimize the wire lengths. So this becomes the rectilinear Steiner tree problem, but where we are restricted to the integral grid. Okay, and most of the problems related to this, the easiest version is the rectilinear Steiner minimum tree. Most of the problems related to this are all hard, NP-hard problems. So just for the rectilinear Steiner minimum tree, Hanan first gave a discretization of this problem where, so this is what the Hanan grid is. You have n points, so this is irrespective of whether you have an integral grid or not. Let's just talk of n points which are on the Euclidean plane. If you're given n points, now you pass a vertical line through each of the input points and a horizontal line through each of the input points, and look at the grid that is created by these vertical and horizontal lines. You just look at the segments look at the smallest bounding grid that contains all these points. So these blue line segments are the ones that define the Hanan grid, and notice that if I have n points, input points, then I have at most n horizontal line segments and at most n vertical line segments in the Hanan grid. So this is much more sparse than, even if I looked at the integral grid, this is much more sparse than the whole grid itself. So this is called Hanan grid, which Hanan came up with in 1966. And an immediate algorithmic result from this is an application of the Dreyfus-Wagner algorithm, which gives a 2 to the order n time algorithm for this problem. So basically, you can think of this as a graph now, and Dreyfus-Wagner solves the Steiner tree problem in a graph. So we automatically get this. But the point is that we are not utilizing the geometry of this problem. This is not any graph. This is a very sparse grid graph. So then what we came up with is 2 to the order root n log n time algorithm. So notice that root n log n will always be much smaller than n. So we came up, so this is what we call a sub-exponential algorithm, which is, so this root n log n is doing much better than n, so that's why we call it a sub-exponential algorithm. And this problem has a sub-exponential time algorithm. Okay, so now let's look at the problem that we considered recently. So again, let me remind you of the objective of looking at this problem on the integral grid. We basically want to connect some constantly many sets of active circuit points. So these are the sets of circuit points that we want to connect. And so now the question becomes, instead of trying to find one rectilinear Steiner minimum tree, what if we had constantly many rectilinear Steiner minimal trees, a family P1 to Pc of sets of points with a total of n points. So let's say I require n1 points to be connected inside P1, n2 points to be connected inside P2, and so on. And immediately we notice that this need not be the solution need not be restricted to the Hannan grid. So why is that so? Because it is not possible, it's not a good idea to have these trees to be to have a common edge. The solution trees must be edge disjoint, because it's not necessary that they will be passing the same signal. So if I have one edge being used by two trees, there has to be some time sharing. You cannot pass a 0 signal and a 1 signal at the same time. So they have to be edge disjoint. And here is an example where the Hannan properties are violated. So I have all these points for one set which are along the along one diagonal, and no matter how you select, no matter how you try to connect these points, you will be using at least one edge from each of the rows, which will not allow you to connect these 2 points on the opposite diagonal inside the Hannan grid without using a common edge. Okay. So then the main question to be asked over here is, what is how can we discretize this problem? Can we find something similar to, I mean, I shouldn't use the word discretize, how can we restrict, how can we find a sparse grid that is similar to Hannan? So in Hannan grid, if we had n points, we were using something like n horizontal lines and n vertical lines. How can we find a sparse grid like that, or can we find a sparse grid like that contains an optimum solution for this problem? And in fact, with 2 students of ISI Kolkata, we were able to get something called an extended Hannan grid. I won't go into the details of, I won't go into the exact definition of the extended Hannan grid, but basically what we were able to show is that if you look at the Hannan grid, so you're basically extending, the solid blue lines will be the Hannan grid, and near these line segments, you will be able to select some constantly many line segments. So for every horizontal line segment, you will be able to select constantly many horizontal line segments above and below the Hannan grid line. And for vertical line segments, similarly, some constantly many line segments to the left and right of these Hannan grid lines. And so with some Cn many horizontal line segments and Cn many vertical line segments, you should be, it is possible to show that there exists an optimum solution to the C concurrent RSMT problem. So again, we convert this problem into a graphic problem, into a sparse graphic problem, and immediately if we apply the Dreyfus-Wagner algorithm, then it gives us a 2 to the order n time algorithm. So, and in future steps, the first thing is to see whether we can extend the number of cases where we can do better, where we can get single exponential algorithms for Euclidean Steiner tree. Also identifying more polynomial time solvable cases for Euclidean Steiner tree. For concurrent RSMTs, we would like to look for sub-exponential algorithms. So the tools that are used for finding a sub-exponential type algorithm for RSMTs does not exactly carry through for the same aim when we are looking at concurrent RSMT. So we have to find some new tools for that. We don't even know whether sub-exponential algorithms exist, but we haven't really explored it yet. And there are 2 other very interesting VLSI problems that are also generalizations of rectilinear Steiner tree. The first one being crosstalk. So when you have 2 networks where you don't want them to have a lot of interaction because they may be sending 2 different kinds of signals, you also don't want to you don't want any part, you don't want 2 parallel grids, grid lines to have wiring of the 2 different networks for a long time. Because if that happens, then there is a chance that some error is introduced in at least one of the networks. So finding optimal solutions when you also have this extra constraint of not having long parallel opposing grid lines in your optimal solution. And the second one is the concurrent RSMTs with stitch line constraints. So in VLSI design, the way the fabrication is done nowadays, you will have multiple lithograph beams drawing these integral lines, grid lines, and it is possible that two parallel beams start writing on the same grid line. So which creates some errors in the fabrication of this particular line, which means you cannot do a proper wiring using this grid line. So in graphic terms, in our terms, it means that we will have certain constraints of not using some of the integral grid lines and then solving for an optimal solution which avoids such grid lines, such defective grid lines. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudeshna. So as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to give you a memento. Okay, so now let's go for lunch.